lot of heartache, a lot of people being upset. It's a day that I'm seeing a lot of pain, shall we say. And hopefully that people are not getting too down. I understand people being down, but hopefully not getting too down. I think it's a day where you can quite easily kind of wallow and find yourself being surrounded by just really sad thoughts, you know? I mean, when I go online, I'm not seeing loads of people celebrating what Bray did. I'm not seeing loads of people kind of talking about their favorite memories. But I'm just seeing a lot of people being really down. I'm seeing a lot of people being really sad that Bray's no longer with us. There was a very emotional video that JoJo put out. There was some real tugged at the heartstrings kind of words that she put out as well. And, totally understand all of that. But I think there's some people out there that really struggled with this. And I am just a bit worried, to be honest, about those people, because I think that you've got to remember that Bray gave us a lot during his career, and he meant a lot to a lot of people. And I think that he wouldn't want people to be down on this day. He would want people celebrating what he did, what his career was, what his legacy was. So try and bear that in mind as you're going through social media, because I'm getting tagged in a lot of like really down, really not negative, but just, people are struggling a bit today. There's some people that are really struggling today. So, I'm here to hopefully lighten the mood a little bit. Tell you that it's going to be okay. It's going to be fun. We're looking forward to whatever it is that WWE have got for us. And we are expecting this to be meaty. We're expecting this to be good, because obviously we all met yesterday. The excitement was very real yesterday, and it was a little bit disappointing when we didn't really get anything that we could get our teeth into. Some interesting thoughts and comments. Obviously the electrical tape maybe teasing the fact that the therapist had been restrained. That electrical tape now not being used, so was she now set free? Which I think is a really interesting thought, that electrical tape can like tell us so much, even though it was just there. Like there's still a story as to why it was there. Obviously the notes that were left as well, kind of saying, I'm looking forward to seeing you soon, and I can't wait to meet you and all that stuff, So definitely feels like we're getting closer to the reveal of the group. Definitely feels like we're not too far away from their arrival. And I really think we take a big step tonight. I think last time we were on Twitch, we ended up getting an hour-long therapy session. I don't know what we're going to get this time. I can only imagine that it's going to be hopefully something that furthers that story. I said before, I would hate for the therapist to not be seen again. I would hate for it to be a case that we don't see her, we don't follow her story. I think that would be really disappointing. I think there is a risk that that's what's happening. I think there's a risk of that, because I think that she has served her purpose in many ways. She was used to kind of do a therapy session so that we could explore the mind of Uncle Howdy a little bit. And we did that, and we saw his answers to those questions that got written down. We think it was him. Might not have been him, but we think it was him. So we explored Uncle Howdy's mind a little bit for an hour. I mean, that is amazing if you think about it. We got to explore his mind for an hour last week. So I think that she served her purpose in that sense. We needed her because we were not going to put the camera on Uncle Howdy. We put the camera on her, and, we got to see her getting the notes. We got to see her reaction to what was being said. We kind of spent time with her for that reason. So my concern is that we don't really need her now, because she did and served her purpose. But I think she was such an interesting character, and I think the fact she went missing and there's a bit of a mystery there and we don't know where she went, I think that's something that people would like to continue exploring. So I'm hoping it's going to be more of that. I don't know that it's going to be more of that. If I'm a betting man, I think we'll go in the woods. I think we'll go in the woods. She might be there, the therapist, but I think we're going to the woods cabin. I think that they've all met there. I think they're all together there. And I could see it being a case that we go there and maybe just get glimpses in the shadows of them. I don't think there'll be full reveals. I think that's what the big arrival is going to be. So it's not like we're going to see them all. I don't expect that. But I don't think we'll be back in the therapist's office because we've already done that. I don't think we'll do another video of that. So I've got to think the only other real location that we've been seeing is the woods and that cabin where the bride was, where the note was left. You know, even the remember who you are that I used as the thumbnail, that seems to be on like a wooden stall surrounded by like leaves. And I don't think it's outside, but I could see it being in a wooden cabin, and so I get the feeling that we might be on our way there. We know there was a car that was driving. We don't know where it was driving to. Was it driving to the therapist's office? Was it driving to a wooden cabin? But we haven't seen loads of locations, and I don't think we'll go back to the therapist's office. So I know a lot of people are going to be like, what are we in store for? What are we expecting? That's going to be the big question. And the answer to that question is, I think it's somewhat meaty, because we got somewhat meaty last week. An hour-long therapy session last week. We didn't get anything yesterday, other than 8 pictures, which didn't totally come through for me. But we did get like 8 pictures, and they were fine. You know, I wasn't too down after getting those images. It allowed us to look into them, have a few thoughts, have a few theories, and then move on to some other things. But the question is, what do we expect today? Well, it's on Twitch, so it's got to be a video. I don't think it would be a QR code. They did put QR codes in the last week, but they were just the QR codes that we'd already had. They're just the QR codes that we had already seen. In a way, that was just to bring everyone up to speed with the story, really. You could scan all of those, work them out, watch the video. You should be pretty much totally up to speed then with what's been going on. So really, last week, in a way, was a lovely roundup, a lovely recap of what this campaign has been so far. I've got to think that tonight is that next step forward. I've got to think that tonight is going to be that next step closer to the reveal. And I think we will show as much as we can, but there is a line. We won't go past that line. We won't show faces, I don't think. We'll show blurry images. We'll show outlines, we'll have glimpses of eyes, or there'll be something like this, but I can't see all of them standing there in their costumes. And I can't see that, because I think that's what the big moment will be when they finally come out, hopefully, at King and Queen of the Ring. So that's what I'm thinking, but obviously that might not be correct. We haven't been 100% throughout this whole campaign. We've been okay. We've been stumbling our way forward, shall we say. But that's kind of where I am. Whether we see the therapist or not sure. Really don't know. She might have served her purpose. I think she was just an actress, to be honest. I think she was, and I don't think she's someone that's signed to WWE and she's going to be around for permanently. I think there's a good chance that she's an actress that we've brought in to just help with this build. So she's come in, she's done a couple of bits, and now she's gone. And so now it's about obviously introducing the characters. But do we need that actress one last time for tonight? Maybe like she finally gets to meet them, be introduced to them, and then we see her reaction to that. And then, you know, who knows, maybe like there's a news article at the end that says mystery woman returns but can't remember where she's been for the last 7 days or something like that. That would be good, wouldn't it? So we know that they dropped her back. It's just she can't remember where she's been. And you know, that might be a lovely end to that story, actually, because, all right, she got kidnapped and abducted for 7 days and she can't remember what happened. But, you know, no harm done. No harm done. They took her back. That's all right. You know, she was let go eventually. So maybe it'd be a case that, like, that would just be a nice way to bring in her story to an end. Because I don't think she's a big focus. I know there's theories that she could become the bride. She could become Sister Abigail. I don't know who this woman is. I mean, she's not someone that I'm aware of from NXT. She's not someone that I'm aware of that's got any wrestling background, or she's literally just appeared out of nowhere. So I've got to think that she's probably just an actress that we brought in to help with the build. So that's my thoughts, but I want to jump in and get your thoughts, and obviously the excitement is building. I started nice and early because there's lots of stuff for us to talk about, and honestly, I think that this could go in a number of different directions. Obviously, as well, we got the big news. I'm sure you saw the video last night. I mysteriously, and it is a bit mysterious, got a message from someone with no profile picture, very few posts on their account, 8 followers, and they just said, I think this is what you was looking for, and it was the copyright-free graphic, right? Again, I'm sure you've seen it. We did the video last night. And that was what we were trying to work out, wasn't it, for the longest time? What's amazing is that it doesn't only explain what that logo was that we were talking about yesterday. It also explains the article from a QR code a few weeks back, where it was hidden about the LA Times, dreams slowly rising, the bakery. It explained all that as well. It was all included on the same sheet. And it was a copyright-free image, royalty-free image of just newspaper pages just stacked on top of each other. And I would imagine you use that in projects. If you need to look at some from the past, an old newspaper clipping from the past, you would have that maybe as your background. And then you'd have the newspaper clipping that you want to focus on in the foreground. And so you just use it as a background, really. So to my mind, it doesn't mean anything. To my mind, I don't think there's any further investigation into it. The only thing I'm going to say to you, though, and this is bugging me, right? Why was it there at all? Why? If you look at the page, if you look at the article, they're fine, right? You can sort of make a little something out maybe, but by and large, certainly on the most recent one, you couldn't see anything. You really had to mess with the contrast and the brightness and the shadowing. You really had to distort the image to find these things that had been hidden, right? So why hide them when you didn't need to? In the background of these, they didn't serve any purpose. So why even bother doing it? I don't know if it's them just throwing in a few dead ends, them throwing in a few red herrings. I can't get my head around that. I don't understand why it was even there. I could understand, for example, right, when you're making a video and you want the video to be as scary as possible, right? You might not film every single clip that you need. It might be easier, financially more beneficial, if you get some scary images and quickly flash them in as well. So you can have the bride looking all moody, right? And you can have the woods and the note being left, but you might want to just quickly flash in a few other images. I can totally understand that you might go to a copyright-free place to grab some images and include them in the video, right? To add to the atmosphere, add to the ambience, right? Add to the optics. So I get that. I get that. But I don't get why you would hide this in an article and it served no purpose. I can only think it was done to throw us off. I just don't know. I can't get my head around it. I don't know why you would do it. I don't know why you would do it. It bugs me. Because, was it just for lols? I mean, I don't know. Was it just like, oh, we'll put this here because someone will find it and that'll waste their time? I don't know. I don't know the mindset of it. I can't get my head around it. I don't think that they would do anything that malicious. I don't think they're trying to work against us. But you know, they've got a load of people that are really engaged in this and people that really care about this and that really want to work this out, and they're so enjoying it. And, you know, even my brother, right, who doesn't watch wrestling, he was bored at work on his lunch break and he was like, I thought I would just watch one of your videos, right? Because he's a nice brother. He's a supportive brother. And he was like, oh, well, I thought I'd watch one and see what was happening in wrestling. And he watched and he saw about this logo and he spent the rest of his lunch break trying to look into it and work it all out. And he said at the end, I pressed play and then saw that it had been this copyright free thing. So he was like, why did they do that? And he doesn't even watch wrestling. And I was like, I don't know. I don't know why they did it. I'm not sure. But I don't think it was malicious or anything like that. Maybe it was just meant to be a bit cheeky. Or maybe there is something in it, but I don't know. That was quite the dead end to hit, wasn't it? That was quite the gut punch. That was quite the gut punch to receive, wasn't it? That one definitely hurt. So, but I tell you what, lesson learned. I mean, could it have been a way of communicating that not everything that we use is like you need to spend hours and hours and hours on? Like, perhaps we need to start checking royalty-free and copyright-free sites a little bit quicker. Perhaps there's something in that. Perhaps, like, it's a way of communicating that, look, we use this stuff. This is stuff that we do need to use because we need to pad out videos. We need to pad out certain things. And financially, we just can't, you know, go and make this stuff, all of it. So we might as well just borrow a couple of bits. I don't know. Maybe they were communicating that. It's interesting, isn't it? It's interesting, but I did cry myself to sleep last night. And I'm sure many of you did as well. Nita Nitro, shout out to you, said, Daze, can you see us getting drip-fed the characters? Meaning that Nikki debuts at Clash. What show do you think they go to? Well, this has come up a few times, actually, about how would we do it or what are we expecting. I personally would do what I think they're going to do, and that is just bring everyone in at the same time. I understand Nikki debuting at Clash and that being an exciting thing, but what I would say is Nikki being at Clash at all is going to be an exciting thing. If that group arrives and Nikki is part of it, the Scottish fans are going to go crazy, aren't they? I think that it's just like Drew, you know, Drew is going to be on that card. I'm sure he's going to be in a big match. He's going to get an incredible reaction. I don't feel like you have to save her debut for that show just to get the reaction, because I think her being on the show will get the reaction, right? If I'm a Scot and I'm there and I'm looking at like Drew and I'm looking at Nikki, I'm looking at Piper Niven and whatever, you know, I'm cheering these guys loud, man. So I think that the Scottish fans, the UK fans, they're gonna want to see this group. They're gonna want to see this story progress. And to be honest with you, I think there's a lot of people outside of the bubble, right? The bubble that we're in. We're loving it. We're loving the QR codes. But there are people outside of that aren't into it as much. I think, personally, I'm really into getting this group going. I'm really into exploring why they're here. I'm really into seeing how they interact with each other. I want to know their motives and all of that kind of stuff. If you stagger the arrivals, you're delaying all of that. Like, if you stagger the arrivals, that means that we're not really going to get the full group till, what, SummerSlam? Probably SummerSlam, maybe after SummerSlam. And so that's, you know, I'm a bit too impatient for that. I want to get the group in and I want to get going, man. I want to get stuck into why they're here. How do they operate? I think there's so much to explore with this group as well. Like all of their characters, their motivations, how they interact with each other, who they're targeting, why they're targeting them, the world in which they live. For example, Bray had the Firefly Funhouse. Well, I don't think this group will. I think that, you know, we may see the Firefly Funhouse, but I wouldn't imagine that this group, that's where they are going to largely reside, because I'm not expecting them to come in and be all like kids presenters. I'm expecting them to be quite dark, quite menacing. That's certainly been the tone of Nightbird. Nightbird's been dark and menacing. So how do we present them? Are they going to be in a cabin? Is it going to be like the Wyatt family? Is it just going to be backstage and it's going to be quite like dark and maybe Bo will have a lantern? Are we going to go down those roads? I think there is so much for us to explore. I just think let's get going, man. Let's get going. Because if we kick that can down the road, we're delaying some of that stuff. And I would much rather just get our teeth into it, you know? So I personally would just go, here they are, boom, have them all on stage, like, oh my God, like the visual of all of them together. is going to be awesome, and the look of all of them, and like, you know, maybe if they're just like looking at each other and tearing back, and it's going to be so good. So I would do it that way, but I understand there's a lot of people that are like, no, I'd do Nikki at Clash, I'd do Dexter at Money in the Bank, I'd do, and like, you know, they'd stagger it out a little bit more. But for me personally, I would just go, here you go, and then get really stuck into, you know, one of my favorite things about Bray was the Funhouse, and that to me was a show that could have carried on and on and on. Like, he did about 7-8 episodes, and then he did like some backstage episodes, and the backstage ones were just quick little promos, really. It was how he delivered his promos. They had a shorter, smaller set. He still had the puppets, but there was no door, there was no window. It was just a smaller Funhouse set. And I thought that it was a really good way of presenting him. But I felt that they could have done more bigger episodes of the Funhouse. And they did. We did get the odd one. Obviously, one of the last things he ever did was a Firefly Funhouse. And so, you know, we did get a few extras. But I thought it was an excellent vehicle for communicating whatever he wanted to communicate. And I thought that it was a great way of having some fun and all of that. I think this family needs that. They need their own fun house that's not a fun house. They need their own way of presenting what they want to say. The Wyatts, largely black, backstage with a lantern. And then, of course, we would sometimes see them in a cabin, right? With Bray, it was the fun house, and we would see him in a smaller fun house. Alexa would be in the playground. Well, what's this new group going to have? What's this new group going to do? How are we going to present them? They're not just going to be standing around backstage, right? They're not just going to be chatting away to Kayla Braxton in front of half a ring and a Raw logo. So how do we present them? So I just think there's so much to explore. So much that we need to establish. There's so much work to be done. Do you know, it's funny. I keep getting asked, like, what's the channel going to do when the QR codes end? And it's like, do you know how much work is on the way? Do you know how much stuff is coming? Do you know, like, every character can be looked at individually? The way the group's presented can be looked at. The people they're targeting can be looked at. Like, and there may still be little cryptic things that get said. You know, Bray's promos were very cryptic. That's where Rambling Rabbit came from, because a lot of people thought that Bray just rambled and never actually said anything. And so as a result, we got Rambling Rabbit, right? So I feel like this group, there's a lot to explore. There's a lot to get our teeth into. And I have no concerns for when the QR codes finish, that we're going to be sat here going, well, that was fun. You know, what should we do now? I don't see that in the slightest. If anything, when the QR codes end, that's when the fun begins. That's when this thing really kicks off. That's when we start getting to the business end of this thing, and we start getting matches. I mean, do you remember when The Fiend first arrived at SummerSlam in his debut match? You know, there was so much interest in what's the music going to be like? How's his ring gear going to look like? What's his moveset going to be like? And you might remember he had that neck twist thing, which like took people by surprise. And he had a few like moves that he was, obviously some old Bray-isms, like going upside down in the corner, Sister Abigail. But there was a few new things in there as well. And obviously people were looking at his ring gear. They were looking at the lantern. I don't think we'd seen the lantern before that moment. I don't think that was the first time we saw it, I think. So again, you know, when they get time to do in their matches, what's the music going to be like? What's the entrance gear going to be like? Are they going to have masks that they take off? What could be the symbolism of those masks? Oh God, there's so much. There's so much. There is too much. So yeah, I mean, it's really so exciting. So all of that's to come. At the moment, we've just been following Nightbirds, but we've got all of that still to look forward to. Tea Time, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support, buds. I hope you're well. Hope you're enjoying this journey. Tea Time said, I'm still thinking that we will get an introduction to Uncle Harper soon. We haven't heard or seen him before. So that's an interesting comment. People don't quite know where Uncle Harper came from. And for those that don't know, WWE trademarked Uncle Howdy and Uncle Harper at the same time. So we didn't know what an Uncle Howdy was, right? And they just out of nowhere, you know, like how Ringside News and people report this stuff, out of nowhere it got reported that these two new trademarks had been placed, and straight away people are like, that's gotta be for Bray, that's gotta be for Bray. Harper, like, you know, Uncle, like, it's not the kind of thing that you imagine just anyone doing. So people thought, right, that is going to be for Bray. And so it was. But the thing was, we only got introduced to Uncle Howdy. As soon as we saw Uncle Howdy, people are like, is that Uncle Harper? Is that Uncle Howdy? And so when he went Howdy, we knew immediately that was Uncle Howdy, right? Because that was the first thing Uncle Howdy said. In fact, he did, didn't he? Do you remember that? First time we ever saw Uncle Howdy, like, it panned down and we saw, like, the side of his face, and he went, Howdy. He did it in, like, a bit of a cowboy, Wild West kind of an accent. It's weird to look back on that now. What was that about? Had he just watched, like, The Good, the Bad, the Ugly or something? Because it happens to me as well. You know, if I watch a film, I do then start to take on the mannerisms of the film. After watching Terminator, I walk around the house like this. Perhaps he'd just seen a Western. Perhaps he'd just seen Toy Story. And he'd just watched Woody. But the first time we ever saw him, he went, Howdy. And then we never heard that accent again. So anyway, as soon as we saw him, we knew that was Uncle Howdy. And then it was a case of, right, where's Uncle Harper? And I must admit, I did wonder if that creation, because I don't know what the flip that thing was at the end of Royal Rumble that Bray became. But you know that he was like glowing in the dark. He was huge. He wasn't Bray Wyatt, right? I mean, he was. But he wasn't a Bray Wyatt that I've ever seen before. Maybe part of that was because of the neon, you know, because it was all over his body and everything, right? So he was like glowing, and he was so big at that time as well. I mean, he was big. I mean, he must have just been eating and lifting. That must have been it. That must have been his life, eating, lifting, because he was huge. I mean, I remember there was a lot of criticism for the Pitch Black match. But I remember at the end of the Pitch Black match, not the very end, but the end of the match, I remember looking at him as he had that new mask that he put on. I remember looking at him thinking, that's a world champion. That's a superstar. That's the kind of creation that it doesn't feel human. Like, do you know what I mean? We used to look at the Ultimate Warrior, and he was not a normal guy. You wouldn't walk down the street and bump into someone like the Ultimate Warrior. I didn't have any friends that were like Macho Man. I didn't know anyone that looked like Hulk Hogan with the pythons and the blonde hair and, you know, golden tan and was like 6 foot whatever, right? These, back in the day, Undertaker, yeah? You know, this is why I love the golden era. Because for me, you can go back to that golden era of Andre the Giant, Big John Studd, King Kong Bundy, Hulk Hogan, Macho Man, Ultimate Warrior, Undertaker. You can go back to that. British Bulldog, jacked. I mean, granted, it's steroids, but they were jacked. And they didn't feel like just your average normal person. They felt different. They felt like a gift from the gods. It's like the gods had given us these superstars. And we were like, at least I was, as a kid, I was like, oh my God. They were like real life superheroes. And I suppose in a way that's how the current stars are presented. But Bray felt like he very much fitted that mold. He was huge. He was, like, glowing in the dark. He was terrifying. And I did wonder if that was Uncle Harper. I did wonder, because that didn't feel like the Fiend. It didn't have a Fiend mask on. He wasn't wearing Fiend attire. But it was so far removed from Bray Wyatt that felt like it was a new incarnation. That felt like a new character. But obviously, that's his last match, I believe. I don't think he does any house shows or anything. I think that's his last match. After that, we start the build towards him and Bobby. And obviously, then, of course, he falls ill. I don't know if we were ever going to find out what we never did. We never did find out if that was a different character or a different incarnation. We never got an answer to that. He never mentioned anything. There was an opportunity to mention. He never mentioned anything. But I always wondered about that because it felt so different to anything we'd ever seen before. And I really don't think that that character gets the love it deserves. I really don't. You don't hear people talking about, if ever people talk about Pitch Black match, they just say it was garbage. They didn't like it. But that creation, what he became at the end of that match, I'm sure it's on the live stream, the Rumble live stream that we were doing. I remember in that moment thinking, that's a world champion. That's someone that can be a face of a company. That is someone that he demands attention. That demands attention. I loved it. I thought that was an amazing character. I didn't love what happened after. I wasn't a fan of Uncle Howdy dropping the elbow and the puppets appearing, and I didn't get it. I didn't understand that bit. I didn't know why that happened. I didn't know what was necessary for that, you know. I mean, he'd just beaten LA Knight, so why did we need to drop an elbow on LA Knight? And why was it on that platform? And why was it just not in the ring? And why did the puppets appear? And I didn't understand that part of it. So that bit for me was something I wasn't keen on, if you will. Maybe I would have if we'd have got an answer, but we never quite got an answer to that. So I didn't know why it had happened. But go back a bit before that, Bray in the ring. Oh, God, so good. So good. So, yeah, I did wonder if that was him, but I don't know. I don't think it was. We never found out that it was. And even if it was going to be, we never found that out, so we can change it, you know? So, yeah, who is Uncle Harper? Who's going to play that character? What is that character? Do they still have the copyright? I would imagine so. I don't know how long you have a copyright for, but I would imagine they still have it. They've clearly still got Uncle Howdy, and they were both done at the same time. So you are correct. It's something that I would like an answer to myself, to be honest. I did see Wrestle with Andy ask earlier about what my favourite horror film is, which I think's a really fun question. Going to throw that out to you guys as well. What's your favourite horror film? Right, there he is again. Look, he's desperate for an answer, this boy. So I think for me, my favourite horror film might be... I've got a few, actually. I mean, I really do like horror films. And I've seen... I think pretty much all the major ones, but the one that it always sticks with me, I'm always fascinated by it, is Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I think Texas Chainsaw Massacre, I really enjoy it because it's a very, I didn't like the follow-ups. Like, there's been so many others, and I think the story gets changed and switched, and it's kind of like there's been retellings and whatever, but I love the original, and I love the family, and I love the fact that the guy that was portraying the Texas Chainsaw Massacre has clearly got mental health issues. They've all got like mental health issues, and they've kind of, you know, just been left to their own devices, and they've basically gone off the deep end. And these group of friends are around, and obviously, you know, what happens, but it's you know, there's moments where you don't quite know what's going to happen, like the suspense there. There's obviously gore as well. There's some horrific moments in the film. And you have to remember as well, this is going back to like what, the 70s? So, I mean, you can watch it now and it's got moments that are like, oh, you know, gory and psychological. But then you just think about what it was like in the 70s, you know? Do you know one film I really don't like, and I'm probably going to get some hate for it? The Exorcist. I don't rate it. I watched it, like, I can't remember how old. I was probably a bit too old for it. If I'd watched it when I was a kid, it might have scared me. But I watched it, and I just thought that, I don't think it's aged well, to be honest. I don't think it's aged well. I think the fake voice that she has, you know, that they dub over the top, and the effects and all of that, you kind of have to remember the time period it was done. And at the time, I mean, it was amazing. It was groundbreaking. People were terrified. You know, I've always held that in regard as being the film. Yeah, The Exorcist is the one. that is kind of the gold standard, if you will. But I don't think it's aged well. I'm not a fan of it. So yeah, I'm not terribly keen on that. I don't even think it would make my top 30, to be honest. But I do like Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I think that would be my number 1. Halloween's all right. Don't mind Halloween. I thought Scream was good. Saw movies, they're all right for what they are. And Paranormal Activity, I enjoyed that series. I thought that was good. It's not a classic. Well, is it a classic? It's not in a classic in the sense of Halloween or whatever, but I thought it was still a good premise with the cameras set around the house, you know? And I like the kind of fact that you look at it and it feels like it could happen, you know? You look at it and you go, oh, God, that could be me and that could be my house. And it's a bit unnerving, you know? I kind of like it for that regards. So yeah, there's loads, man. I'm a big fan of horror. So, but yeah, put yours in the chat. What's your favorite horror? Jimmy Crane said, I've watched from the very start. I can't say anything, but just well done. Well done for how far this channel has come. It's really up there with some of the best wrestling channels. Oh, Jimmy, thank you, my friends. I really appreciate that, Jimmy. To be honest, it's not anyone that should thank the channel. It's the channel that should thank you lot. I mean, without you lot, we wouldn't be able to do the videos because... I mean, I just put a spotlight on the theories and the thoughts that I think are the ones that seem to have something about them, you know? There's a lot of theories out there that I think are good, but sometimes you might want to let it marinate a little bit, shall we say, in the sense of it's a good theory, but let's see if it does go that way first. And if it does, then, you know, well, we're onto something. Some theories come... like this is where we could be going, and it might be right, but it's just worth waiting to see if it is where we're going. Some other theories or some other things that get found immediately, stuff that's like hidden, for example, I think that's the stuff that we need to point at here and now, you know, guys, look at this, it was just found, kind of a thing, you know. So it's always a bit of a balance, really, of trying to not present something that's hours and hours and hours long, just full of every thought under the sun. It's about trying to find that balance of trying to bring the best theories that are maybe a little bit more immediate, maybe a little bit more you need to know about these thoughts now. And then, you know, there's some other thoughts that might turn into some a bit further down the road. But without that input, without you guys sending that stuff over, then we wouldn't be able to do this, you know? So it's the channel that should thank you lot. It's been really enjoyable. I mean, White Rabbit was amazing. Nightbird has been amazing. But I'm still really excited for what comes next. As I said earlier, if this ends this weekend, I don't feel like it's goodbye, thanks a lot. I mean, to me, it feels like... let's get going. Let's get started. It's a bit like saying when the Firefly Funhouse started, that was the end of it, because we, you know, was doing some teases with some puppets up until the Funhouse, and then we finally got Bray. Well, as we know, when Bray finally arrived, that was just the start of things. The Firefly Funhouse. It wasn't the puppet teases that led up to it. It was when the Funhouse actually began, and what we could be witnessing now is the puppet teasers when they actually arrive. That could be when we get stuck into something like a Funhouse, you know, the vignettes that explore these characters. We need their backstories. We need to understand more about them. I mean, when I say that we're just about to begin, I mean, I'm not lying. I really think that, you know, what we're seeing now is just building up to them appearing. Not even them doing a match, just them appearing, actually seeing them for ourselves, much like we did with Bray and the Firefly Funhouse. So I think what's really exciting is this feels like it's going to be a journey. It feels like we've just started the car, we're pulling out the drive, maybe we're just about to leave the street that we live on. But do you know what I mean? We need to get on the freeway. We need to get moving, man, because I think we've got a lot of ground to cover. We've got a lot of miles to go. So I'm very excited for where obviously this is heading, and I think we're going to take a real big step tonight towards finding out where this all leads to. I think this will be meaty. I'm very, very excited for it. And I can tell by the amount of chats that keep firing through that you lot are as well. So, Jimmy, thank you for the kind words, my friends. E. Wilkie said, Daze, recently on Monday Night Raw, there was a QR code that led the numbers. The numbers ended up being the postal code to Saudi Arabia. It was very weird. Yeah, so I think in the was it the URL? There was some numbers, and those numbers served two different purposes. So if my memory serves me right, the numbers were the date of the last Firefly Funhouse, and they were also a postcode in Jeddah. So this is where it gets a bit difficult, because to be perfectly truthful with you, when they did that episode of the Firefly Funhouse, I feel very confident in saying there was no way, no chance that they were thinking of Jeddah and Saudi Arabia when they were doing that episode, right? They were building towards WrestleMania. They were building towards a feud with Bobby, and they did an episode of the Firefly Funhouse on a Monday Night Raw. That's it, right? That's as simple as it was. It just so happens that the date of that is also a postcode in Jeddah. So it's very difficult to know what they're trying to communicate, because it could be that they're just trying to communicate one of those things. It could be that it's actually just meant to be the postcode in Jeddah, and just by chance there is a Firefly Funhouse that took place on that date. Or it could be they're trying to tell us about the last Firefly Funhouse to, again, just communicate what all of this is connected with. It's connected with Bray. It's connected with Uncle Howdy. And this is where you can find some of the things that have been said. And maybe even they don't know that it's also a postcode in Jeddah, right? So there's a real good chance that it's been put there for one of those reasons, not both of those reasons. Or some clever egg WWE has worked out that there is a crossover and there is a connection, and so that's why it was put there. So it's very difficult to know why things have been put there. We can see a picture tonight or a moment tonight, and there's a real good chance that I will receive at least 5 or 6 different theories as to why it was shown. I don't know which one's going to be the correct one, and so I end up normally presenting as many of the different theories as I can, right? Because it could be any of them. I think unless it's something that really feels off, unless it's something that feels really convoluted, I would say that it probably should be relatively straightforward as to why something has happened. I don't think you need to go too far down the rabbit hole. Like, sometimes get sent stuff where it's like, well, if you divide that number by that number and then add that number back together, you get this angel number. And then if you actually, do you know what I mean? That to me feels like, nah, we've gone too far. I don't think they would want you doing all of that stuff. Instead, I think that number shouldn't need to be manipulated. I think that number is probably the clue. That's probably the thing we're looking at. So sometimes I can get theories that are really abstract, and I don't quite go with those. I think that a lot of this stuff should be relatively not straightforward. It's not a case that these should be easy, but I think that I don't think they're going to want, like, Mensa trained minds to be like doing, astrophysics to try and work these things out. I think it's still going to have relative simplicity to it. Like, if they give you a number, that'll be the number. But what's really interesting about that number they used in the URL is it was a date for the Funhouse. Yeah, absolutely, that could be the reason why it was included. Or it's also a postcode in Jeddah. Yeah, I mean, both of those are simple, aren't they? It's a date, it's a postcode. Simple. But it just so happened the number they provided was both. So it was really, really good. The reason why this matters, and this is why people might be like, okay, Boomer, I get what you're saying. I don't need to hear you keep banging on about it, right? But the reason why we're talking about it so much is because it does matter. Because if it's a postcode in Jeddah, well, then that really adds weight to them being at King and Queen in the Ring, doesn't it? If it's a postcode in Jeddah, well, then we can get excited for this weekend. But if it was meant to just be the date of the last Firefly Funhouse and it's got nothing to do with Jeddah, well, then we're looking for connections to King and Queen of the Ring. And if we're saying that is not one of them, well, that's one less reason to get excited for this weekend. Just like the 525, we've seen that quite a few times, and that's obviously the date of King and Queen of the Ring. So 525, the 25th of May, people are excited. People are excited. The 25th of May, people are excited because that is King and Queen of the Ring. It's also Bo Dallas's birthday. So again, what's the reason for giving us that? Is it because it points to Bo Dallas and his birthday? Or is it that it points to King and Queen of the Ring? Because if the reason they've included it is because of Bo's birthday, that's another reason why we shouldn't get excited for this weekend. So it does matter, but I can't give you the answer because both answers are correct. So I don't know why they've included it. So all we can do is just be aware of these things. And as I said at the start, don't get your hopes too up, because some of the stuff that has really indicated that it's going to happen at King and Queen of the Ring, you can also explain them for other reasons. So this is why, like, I'm probably sat here at like 70-30 that they debut this weekend, because there has been a lot of stuff that's pointed to Jeddah, but a lot of that stuff can be explained for other reasons as well. So we can't sit here and go, it's 100% this weekend, but we're 70-30. We're feeling good. I think things are getting more frantic. I think things are definitely building, right? So we're feeling good, but can't say 100%. Right, PJ93 said R-Truth should be an honorary member of this group. I've got a feeling that R-Truth probably thinks he's already an honorary member of this. R-Truth is, I'm sure, going to find his way to sniff around at least one of these members at some point. So, PJ93, shout out to you. Young Red 92, shout out to you, my friends. I hope you are well. Young Red, I can only imagine, is related to Sexy Red. Yeah, perhaps this is Sexy Red's son. Don't know. She might not be a mom. I have no idea. But Young Red 92, shout out to you, said, has anyone noted in the previous Twitch stream, the therapist is looking off to the left, but each time she picks up the notes from the right of the camera? Was Howdy the only one of the 6 that was there? I have not noticed that, to be honest. That's something that I would have to go back and have a look at, but that's very interesting. There has been a big conversation as to who was in that chair. Some people had the idea that there was no one in the chair, and that actually she had written all of those notes in advance. So she was the one that had lost her mind, and she was sat there, and she was talking to no one, and she was, or talking to someone that she was imagining. And that's why she was like, that's why we never saw them or whatever. I don't really subscribe to that personally. I don't see the benefit in that. I don't see how that helps. I don't see how that moves us forwards. So I'm not subscribed to that theory personally, but it was one that I was sent. There was another one that said that maybe it was Gacy that was sat there because of the smiley faces. And there was another one where some of the notes had different handwriting. So again, you know, there was people thinking there might have been more than one person that was sat there. But I think the way the conversation went, it did feel like she was talking directly to just one person. It felt like there was just one person that was there, you know. So I don't know. That's interesting. I'd have to go back and have a little look at that. I mean, obviously, we don't know if there's not a little. I don't know if when they filmed it, there was anyone there, for example. I mean, there is every chance that there was no one sat in front of her. But when they filmed it, she had to work as if there was. Because there's every chance that Bo wasn't there to actually sit there and hand notes over or whatever. Or maybe they just had like a stage hand do it. A runner, a producer, someone like that sat there instead for real. And maybe that's why her eye lines weren't right. It's hard to know, isn't it? It's hard to say. But I feel most confident with saying that it is Howdy that was there. It was meant to be Howdy that was there. And I think he was alone. I mean, he said, do you want to meet them? So it doesn't really make much sense for them to be there at the same time. She never kind of indicated there was more than one person, or she never seemed to address any other people, you know? But could there have been someone just behind Howdy? Could he have maybe not been there on his own? Could it have been that Howdy was sat in the chair and Lumis was over, sat in the background? And so she was talking to Howdy, but she was aware that there was someone else that was behind or something. I mean, it's an interesting thought. Again, maybe we get a little bit more on that today. Maybe we'll see a little bit more to do with the therapist. And I really hope we do. I really hope we do. Because I'd hate for that to just be done now. But I think there is a danger of that, because I do think she was an actress that was brought in just to like help us debut this group. I don't know that it's going to go much further, you know. There's all these thoughts that she could be the bride and all of that stuff. They're fun theories, fun thoughts, but I think there's a better chance that bride is Nikki Cross. Because I think there's a better chance that that bride is going to be revealed and it's going to be a member of the group. Rather than it get revealed and it turns out to be the therapist, because that would be cool. I'd be down for that. I mean, that would be a real cool moment, but I don't know. What would we do with the therapist going forward? Because in my mind, she's just come out of nowhere. She's just a therapist. So, you know, and I don't see her being signed to a long-term contract. So, I don't know. It's a tricky one, isn't it? It's a difficult one, that. But excellent thought, excellent investigation work, young Reds. Please say hello to your mother, Sexy. Charles, shout out to you. Charles Kovacs said, what are we going to do when we find out that Tommy Toy Travels is actually Uncle Howdy wearing his blonde wig and sunglasses? Well, I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to celebrate, because I do a podcast with Tommy Toy Travels every Tuesday. Tommy is, you know, a massive name in the wrestling community, he especially when it comes to action figures. And so me and him have been doing a podcast for about 3-4 years now. So I mean, just think of the scoops. Think of the scoops. So that would be very exciting, Charles. I would be very pleased with that. And also it'd be very fun to see the confusion amongst people in the community. JPville said, final Wyatt 6 prediction: Spike Dudley, Kerman White, Spirit Squad DZ, Glock Anderson, Alicia Fox, and Eugene. I think you're onto something, but I mean, I know that you've put a lot of thought into that. I know that you've gone through all the clues, all the QR codes. You've really picked apart all the little details, and you've managed to come up with what you believe to be the actual Wyatt 6. And you know, I think we can all agree that it's time for Eugene, Alicia Fox, Glock Anderson. It's time for these guys to return, and this could be the vehicle that does it. So Alicia Fox was crazy, though, actually. Alicia Fox was, like, off her rocker, man. She would, like, come out and just start screaming at girls and everything. Like, she could have been, like, she could have been all right in a group like this. I think we could have made that work. Certainly if she was, like, normal and then just snapped and went off on, because that's kind of what she did. Do you remember when she was in that corridor with Nia Jax? And this was like not long before she got released, but she was going off on Nia because Nia had just hurt her friend. And she was going off on Nia. And the conversation got more heated. She ended up turning around, throwing this like box at Nia. It hit her in the face and Nia was like, because that wasn't meant to happen. That moment wasn't meant to happen. They were meant to get heated. But it weren't meant to get to the point where she actually threw an object. And she got this box and she just chucked it in Nia's face for real. And there's a brilliant moment where Nia's like trying to process what's just happened. And as soon as Alicia did it, she went like this, like, oh my, what have I just done? Like, she would properly go off the deep end sometimes. She properly, like, actually lost it whilst doing this promo backstage. She got so heated, she was like, grabbed this box and chucked it in Nia's face. They laughed about it after, and apparently I saw an interview with Nia And she was like, the producers were so impressed that we kept it together because that could have really, do you know what I mean? If Nia had seen red in that moment, God only knows what would have happened. that could have gone south badly. So if you've never seen that moment, search Nia, Jax, Alicia Fox, backstage, Raw. I forget the year. Must have been about 2018-ish. And yeah, man, it was, she would have been good in that group. Right, Carl and Dawn said it's gonna be a misdirect, like the free stuff that was posted. What, you think that the stuff tonight's gonna be a misdirect? I don't know. I think they've done that trick once. You know, I mean, what I think happened is I think that, I mean, look, if you're putting this campaign together, right, put yourself in their shoes. I don't think you're sat there going, oh my God, should we do something on WhatsApp? I don't think you think that way. I think you think about QR codes, think about what's going to be in those QR codes. You might think about, oh, should we do something on the YouTube chat? Or should we do something on the Twitter account? But I don't think you'd think, should we do something on WhatsApp? I mean, that's just so random. I think what's happened is someone somewhere has come up to them and gone, listen, this campaign is killing it. Everyone's talking about it. We want to find a way of boosting our WhatsApp numbers. Can you do a little something that's going to just bring the campaign to there? I would imagine that conversation has been had, and so they've gone, okay, we don't really have anything for that, but we can do something. And so they've ended up coming up with this little thing, which was 8 pictures. 6 of them was the same image with just little text kind of on, and then obviously we got those 2 pictures from the office, the therapist's office, yeah. And so we ended up getting that. They messed them up a little bit, and as you said, you know, it was okay. There was at least something there to talk about. It's not like it was just see you tomorrow. There was something there that we could get our teeth into, but yeah, it was not what we were looking for. But I think it was done so that, you know, follow WWE on WhatsApp, boost the numbers. Let's see if we can just do a little something. But I think, honestly, what they really had planned for this week, what they really were going to be doing this week, that's tonight. That's on Twitch. We obviously thought it was going to be yesterday, but now in retrospect, we can look back and go, I think we know what happened there. I think we know what happened. I think some businessman went up to him and went, look, this is killing it. People are loving this campaign. Can we just boost our WhatsApp numbers a little bit? And I don't think this is to boost the Twitch numbers, because we did this last week, you know. Well, it is to boost the Twitch numbers, but we still got an hour-long episode last week, didn't we? And I think we're going to get something similar here. So I can't say it'll be an hour. I mean, it could end up being 10 minutes. It could be. It doesn't really matter as long as what we get is interesting. I don't think there'll be any complaints if this is a 10-minute video and we go into the cabin and we just get little glimpses of all the members maybe standing in each of the corners of the room. You know, the camera pans round and then you just get like some flashes. And those flashes are, when you slow it down, like key pictures. They're like pictures that show glimpses of costumes. They show glimpses of masks. And as it pans round to the next corner, you get more flashes, you know? If we have something like that and we have some stuff outside, maybe we see the therapist, and you know, we kind of do stuff like that, and it's like 8 minutes long, 10 minutes long. I don't think you'll have people complaining at that. I think it's about the quality of this thing rather than, you know, the quantity. In fact, if anything, I saw the other kind of statement being made, and that was that what we got last week was too long. It didn't need to be that long. We could have made it a bit snappier, got it down to half an hour, and still delivered the same information. So actually, I saw the exact opposite complaint last week, where people were saying it was a little slow, could have been quicker, didn't need as much stuff in it, blah 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 blah. You know. So yeah, I do understand the concern, but I'm feeling confident that tonight we should be able to get what we're meant to be getting this week. Who Files, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. And same to Matthew Lopez as well. I hope you're both well. And Bubba Joe said, what is the stream tonight? So it's on Twitch. You got to go to Twitch in an hour. We got 1 hour left. So we've just been chatting for an hour. We've got 1 more hour to go. We want to try and go through people's thoughts, theories, questions, quandaries, any other cues. We're going to go through those for the next hour and clean the deck, basically. Make sure that we've got everything out there that needs to be out there. And then move on to whatever it is we're about to be presented with. So very, very much looking forward to whatever this thing's going to be. Right, Jacob said, I feel like tonight is going to have a big reveal. Tomorrow's SmackDown won't actually have much. Probably just a recap of tonight. Chris Superstar Gaming said, I was over on WWE's Twitch channel. The amount of views on the Howdy video compared to the other videos is crazy. Reef2970 said, could Nikki Cross's husband join the Wyatt Six? He could. Killian Dane. He is a wrestler. He was in Sanity. I don't know that there's a space for him, though. That's the only problem. I think that you don't want this group being too big. I actually think 6 is really pushing it. 6 is bigger than I would want, to be honest. Just because you've got to try and find promo time for them all. You've got to find TV time for them all. So if the Wyatt Six get a segment on the show to do promos, that means that once they've done the entrance and got in the ring, you know, probably not all of them will talk. Not all of them will be able to, like, you know, have time. You know, I could see a lot of segments where Dexter Lumis just stands there and doesn't really do much, because we're not expecting him to talk. Word on the street is he's not expected to do any talking. And I think this has been a little bit of a problem with Judgment Day, in the sense of we haven't really been able to get much time for, say, Finn, JD McDonough. You know, like when Rhea talks and when Damian talks, normally Dominic tries to talk and he gets booed out the building. Well, really, once you've done those 3, of Dominic trying to talk, Damian talking, and Rhea talking, you know, at that point, you're probably getting interrupted with another group. And so you're struggling for a bit of time for Finn. You're struggling for a bit of time with JD McDonough. Obviously, we've had R-Truth interrupting as well. And it can be very difficult when you've got a big group to get them all time. And I think that's going to be a real challenge for this group as well, to be honest. I think it's going to be a real challenge, you know. If you think about what Bray did last time, it was him and Alexa. And then it was him and Uncle Howdy. There wasn't this big group. And if you think about the Wyatt family, for most of the Wyatt family, there was 3. And then it went to 4. And only rarely did it really get any bigger than that. I don't even know if it did. I remember Daniel Bryan coming in for a hot minute. He was a member, but never really a member. He was in the group, but it was clear that it was building to a feuds. And then, of course, we had Randy kind of coming in for a little bit. But even then, I think it was, I don't know if Braun was around at that point. I don't know that we'd got to 5 by that point. I think we were still at 4. So, because I think it was Bray, Rowan, Harper, and Randy. I don't know if Braun was around at that time. So 6 is a lot. It's a lot. That is a lot. And that's why, you know, I don't know if one of them is to be Bray. Then obviously that's going to help, because Bray's obviously not around. So, you know, it would actually be 5. So that would make it a bit easier. But obviously we don't know how Alexa's going to fit into this. There's thoughts that she might be the 6th when she debuts around SummerSlam. So I have got a little concern of just how are we going to get the time to present these. But I'm really hoping that they use these other channels, because I really think that you can learn about these characters away from the shows. And I don't think that it's going to hurt that if you miss it. You know, I think if you want to know more about Rowan now that he's back, we could do a little QR code thing or we do a little thing on Twitch where we get a bit of backstory. And if you don't watch it, you don't miss anything. if you do watch it, you just get a little extra context. You just get a little extra understanding. It doesn't affect any stories, but it just gives you a little bit more of an understanding. I'd like to see them do that because there's only so much TV time. And I am just a little bit worried that this group's going to need a lot of TV time. I could see us going back to this group throughout a show, to be honest, because I think it's going to need it. Because it's like the Bloodline, isn't it? You know, the Bloodline's another example where, you know, they didn't just come out at the start and that was it. They came out at the start. They were normally involved in the main event. We normally went back to the changing rooms throughout the shows. And we needed that because there was Jimmy, there was Jay, there was Heyman, there was Roman, there was Sammy at times. Solo, you know. Even all of that only makes 5, though. So if we are going to go to 6, you know, it's a lot of people. It's a lot of people. Right, let's go down. Hang on, let me go here because I saw a couple of super chats. Bubba Joe said, "Sir, what is the stream for tonight? For whatever's on Twitch." So it's for this Uncle Howdy thing on Twitch, but we don't know what it is. We don't know. We are waiting to find out. It's connected with Nightbirds and it's connected with Uncle Howdy and obviously the debut, the arrival of this group. But as to what we're actually about to see, no one knows. It's a bit like saying what's the next QR code going to contain. We don't know. We can guess. I did have a little guess earlier. I think it'll be something to do with the woods. I don't think we go back to the therapist office because we've done that. And I don't think we need to go back to that. We've done a therapy session. We don't need another. So I don't think we're going there. So then that begs the question, where else will we go? Where else can we go? And the only other venue that we've really seen is the woods, isn't it? And that's the only other space that we've seen. So I'm thinking that's probably a front runner for where we're going to be going tonight. And I really hope it is the next step in that story. He said, "Do you want to meet them?" to the therapist. And that's how it ended. And then she went missing. So my hope is that we now see the woods. We now see her. We now see her being introduced to them. We maybe find out a little bit about them, but I don't think we ever fully see them. We might get glimpses. There might be the odd little eye, the odd little trouser, right? But I don't think we get full reveals. So I've got to think that comes whenever it is that they actually debut. But yeah, I mean, that could be completely off, couldn't it? That could be completely off. It could be that we just get a montage of old clips, or it could be with another QR code. It could be like nothing like what I've just said. So we don't quite know. Matthew McIntyre, shout out to you, said there was a sheep's mask that was sitting behind Jason in the Bray documentary, and they also showed concept art of what Bray did. I hope they debut this weekend. I think Jason did a lot actually with the Wyatt family, so I think that he did. I don't know if he did the Bludgeon Brother masks and all of that stuff, but I know that they worked with him quite a bit. I mean, I think there was a Triple H head that was in that documentary, which caused a bit of conversation. And the best theory I heard was, do you remember Triple H wore a mask in the past? I think it was like maybe WrestleMania 30. He had like a mask. And even at 31, when he did the Terminator stuff, he had a mask. I think that they've used Jason for masks in the past, but I don't know when they first started working with him. So I don't know when that relationship first started, but I think that the reason they had that Triple H mask is because of making one for Triple H before, and maybe the reason why they had the sheep's mask is because obviously could have been a gift that they gave over, or it could have been that they are using that as the basis for, you know, what we're gonna do going forward. You know, it might be, okay, that's what they had before. What can we do with this? How can we expand on this? And so they were using it as a guide, maybe. But yeah, I think that, well, we know that Rowan's in the group. And I think that this is going to be an evolution. I wouldn't expect them to look exactly as they did. I think we are going to get evolved characters. It's just, what are they going to look like? We don't quite know at the moment. But Matthew, well spotted, buds. Mr. Burt Wayne said on the phone with AEW Renegades, our theory is they may target WWE. If you take into account the rhetoric in context with the WWE intro video, the logo popped up and the words "no space is safe" lie directly on top. I don't know what this means. I don't know what you mean by AEW Renegades. I don't watch AEW anymore, so I don't know what that means. Are we talking about like Ricky Starks being a bit upset? Wardlow, I've heard, is a bit upset. Are we thinking that they're going to bring in a group of AEW? I mean, I think as soon as their contracts expire with AEW, I think AEW will make an announcement. I think AEW will want to make it very, very clear that these people are not with their company anymore. And to be honest with you, I don't think WWE are going to want to promote AEW. I don't think WWE are going to want to make out that AEW are invading, because I don't think they want to give AEW any free mentions. AEW, I think heard earlier from James that they've done, I think, is it 717,000 in the ratings, right? That's clearly below where they would like to be. They, in the past, have been around that 800,000 range. So obviously we know that they're down on where they would like to be at the moment. I think WWE are going to know that, the momentum, shall we say, is not with AEW at the moment. So I don't see any reason as to why you would want to give them free mentions when your show's getting 1.7 million on Raw, 2 million on SmackDown, 2.1 million on SmackDown, because they're a competitor, aren't they? It's a bit like Coke mentioning Pepsi. Why would they want to do that? So I can't see any mention of AEW. I think that if their contracts have come to an end, then I think AEW will let it be known that the contracts have come to an end, because I think they'll want people to know they're not under a deal with us anymore. And I can't see us being able to recreate what we got in the 90s, because what we got in the 90s was Diesel and Razor Ramon showing up on WCW and a lot of people being confused, because these were two of WWF's biggest stars. Diesel was a former champion. Razor Ramon had been Intercontinental champion, had challenged for the top title. These were two of WWE's biggest, most recognizable names, and now they were here in WCW. Like, it didn't really make much sense. So I think that back in that day, that was before the internet, really. It was around, but not many people had it in 95, 96, yeah? So I think back in that day, you've got a lot of people watching at home questioning what the hell's going on. And, they were very clever about calling them outsiders. They were very clever about teasing that they were being invaded and all this kind of stuff. And then, of course, the third person turned out to be Hulk Hogan. And that is really what really set WCW off to a whole different level. That is, I would say, I don't know if you can say it's the beginning of the Attitude Era, but I feel like you can't tell the story of wrestling, and certainly not the story of the Attitude Era, without talking about Hall and Nash going over to WCW. And people thinking that WWF are invading and taking over WCW. Because then you've got this whole team WCW that are trying to fight back. And so, the interest, the intrigue, the speculation was running rampant. And that took WCW from here to, here. I mean, they started beating WWF in the ratings. And that's the story that really started it. So it's a key story. You could see why a company would want to try and do that story again, but I can't see that happening, because we live in an internet age now, and information gets around so much quicker, and people are so much more aware of what's happening. I mean, I think kayfabe was still kicking around in the early mid-90s. I think it wasn't really until the internet became more widespread that this thing, the doors got blown off. And I think, there was comments that were made. Brett screwed Brett. The Montreal screw job in late 97 definitely plays a bit of a part with kayfabe kind of dying, if you will. But yeah, I think it was one of those where the smart fans knew. People that had friends and people that knew people, they knew what was really happening. But I think a lot of us that were just watching at home that had no connections to the industry, like me, sat as a kid in the UK, didn't have a clue. Well, you know, you would have people saying, it's fake and all that kind of stuff, but you went, yeah, whatever. And then you'd go back and you'd have a look and, a lot of the matches look really good even back then. And you're like, it all looks good to me. And you couldn't really see through it, but they were highly trained to make sure that you couldn't see through it. That was one of the top priorities, was to not make it look phony. Don't make it look fake. You had to perform live in front of people and make it look believable. That was the art of wrestling. Kayfabe was so important. And the belief was, once you lost kayfabe, you would lose the people. Because as soon as the people knew it wasn't real, why would they want to watch it? And obviously we went through a reveal, if you will, to when the internet came along. But I don't think that you can do that story now, to be honest. I don't think you can do that invasion angle, because you can try, but people will know what's really happening and it won't land. So I don't know about AEW Renegades coming in. If they're gonna do it, it'll have to be with them being under a WWE contract and everyone knowing that. And as a result, I don't think that's going to have the same impact as what we saw in the 90s. But I saw a follow-up, though. Mr. Burt Wayne said, the Renegades are a tag team that I manage. We are saying the Wyatt Six are targeting the WWE for forgetting them. Mr. Burt Wayne, shout out to you. I saw there's a lot of people in AEW, like the Wardlow, Ricky Starks, maybe even Britt Baker, actually. There is a groundswell of people that seem to be a bit disillusioned, shall we say. There definitely does feel like there's a group of people that are potentially ready to leave AEW and try their look over. I mean, like, didn't Aleister Black sort of try to make a bit of a move? Didn't he try to get away from AEW? So when you talk about Renegades, I think there is a conversation that to be had about a good group there of disillusioned people. I mean, Ricky Starks came out and said he didn't know why he wasn't on TV. Britt Baker has sort of made those comments in the past as well, that she doesn't know why she's not been getting used anymore. And there does seem to be Ricky Starks, Britt Baker, Wardlow seems ready to move on. Aleister Black seems ready to move on. Like, there seems to be a bit of a group there that's ready to break away. So it's worth just touching on the fact that I don't see it being a case that we can recreate what we got in the 90s with that group if they were to be brought in. But some good talent there that I still think WWE should be interested in. Right, boom, done. And Mr. Burt Wayne, your Renegades, if they are on the way to target the Wyatt Six, all I can say, my friend, is I wish you and your tag team all the very best. You're going to need it, because I think you might get destroyed. Because I would not want to mess with Erick Rowan, Dexter Lumis, Bo Dallas in his Uncle Howdy. I think I'd still get destroyed, but I don't feel like Bo would ruin me when he was in his Bo Leave gimmick. But as Uncle Howdy, no thank you. So Uncle Howdy, Dexter Lumis, Joe Gacy's off his rocker. Nikki Cross is a sandwich short of a picnic. So I wouldn't fancy tangling with any of them. I wouldn't even want to mess with the therapist, right? And she seems perfectly lovely. So I wish you all the very best. Matthew McIntyre said, I think the pier that's on the shirt is part of the Wyatt compounds, but also a nod to JoJo. You think the pier is part of the Wyatt compound? That's interesting. I wonder if we've seen the pier yet or heard of the pier yet. For those that don't know, there's cave bird shirts that have come out, right? These cave bird shirts have got, one of them has got a face on it. It appears to be someone looking in the direction of the wall of the cave, yeah? Obviously seeing the shadows. But inside, there's like a pier inside their silhouette. There appears to be a pier, and I don't remember anything to do with a pier. I don't remember any story that's been told. I don't remember anything to do with a pier. So I'm a bit confused, to be honest, about the whole pier thing. So that'd be interesting if it turns out to be part of the compound, or perhaps it features in some way in the future. Don't know. Perhaps we're going to go to a pier tonight, and perhaps the pier will make a lot more sense once we've got like all of the vignettes done. All of these moments as we build towards their arrival. Perhaps the pier will make a lot more sense then. But at the moment, I'm a bit confused by it. The theory is that it might connect with Bray and JoJo, because apparently Bray proposed on a pier. And so it could just be a lovely little reference to that. But I don't know. I don't know if they would include it for that reason. I'm still a little bit in the dark on that one. So, yeah, Matthew, I appreciate any thoughts on that. So, appreciate it, my friends. Bubba Joe said it's quite intimidating. A lot can go wrong. And with it being a tribute, it's like, how much longevity does it have? Maybe a year, and then Bo turns normal. Well, Bubba, shout out to you. I think that... genuinely, if I was in Bo's position, I would be excited. I would be so excited. I wouldn't be intimidated. I would be so excited, because I think, and I would imagine a lot of you as well, I think you know what you like and what you're hoping to see. I think you know the things you've seen before that you've not been too keen on, and I know that that line is going to be in a different place for everybody, but I feel confident that I could book this and it would satisfy people. People like mystery, people like investigation, people like Easter eggs, which might not reveal themselves at the start, but eventually get revealed. People like good stories, good feuds that are actually built on something. People like good characters that have got background and meaning, and all of this has to be thought out, and all of it has to be very deep and satisfying, right? And there's got to be reveals and OMG moments, and you want to dot that in, right? So I think as a loose framework, you would be looking to flesh those things out, right? Easier said than done, of course, you know, but WWE has got a lot of resource. There's a lot of writers, a lot of people in creative that you can bounce ideas off. Rob Fee is director of character development. You know, he is an excellent mind, as we've seen with White Bird and White Rabbit and Nightbirds. We've seen how good he is in this role. And I just think it would be so exciting to... You've already got a template of what Bray wanted to do, right? So you've already got that as a template. You've already got a guide. In a way, you know, this North Star idea that Bray is the North Star, I think it does make a lot of sense, because I think there are characters and there are stories that he wanted to tell and could never quite get to because of injury, because of being released, because of, you know, whatever else was going on, creative differences. So I think he's got this guide, he's got this outline, he's got this story, he's probably got a character or two, he's got lots of resource, he's had a little bit of time to flesh this out, he's got the full support of Triple H. They're not going to be butting heads like you would with Vince, you know. I mean, all the pieces are there for this to succeed. I think a lot of the things that hampered Bray have gone, actually. You know, I think Bray would thrive in this environment now. I just think that something didn't seem quite right when he came back, if I'm going to be honest. Like, the story felt a little slow in its pace. I think that Howdy's debut, if you will, his arrival, wasn't met with universal praise. Like, it seemed like they had to change the mask, and I'm going to say teething troubles. I'm going to say there was some teething troubles. And I'm hoping that what we went through has sharpened things, you know, and I'm hoping that we kind of went through that to get to where we needed to get to. And I'm hoping that we're going to carry on now. We don't start again. We carry on. So any teething troubles we had in the past, hopefully are in the past. And hopefully what we're about to get now is obviously the continuation. So I think you couldn't ask for anything more. You couldn't ask for anything better. You've got the full machine, the full support of WWE. They've brought in everyone they wanted. You want Rowan back? Here's Rowan. You want Nikki Cross and Joe Gacy? Have them. You want Dexter Lumis? No problem. Right? Here's Rob Fee. Here's another White Rabbit type campaign that has landed as well. That's been really good as well. And yes, we're definitely going to be missing Bray. But I think that people know that we can't have Bray and that Bray's no longer with us. And I think that we can reference him. You know, little reminders as to why we're doing this. We're doing this for him. We're doing this to complete his story, to tell his story, to finish that story. I think there's going to be so much goodwill as well. I also think there's going to be, hopefully, a bit of understanding from the fans, where they're going to, even if it gets a little rocky occasionally, they're going to, you know, stick with it, bear with it, because, you know, we're trying to do something here which we didn't have to do. We didn't have to do this. We could have just left this. If nothing else, a good way of looking at it is this is all bonus. It's all bonus. You know, Bray is no longer with us. They could have left that where it was and just carried on. But we've had Nightbirds, and it's been brilliant. And we're waiting here now on a Thursday when we don't normally stream, but we're waiting for whatever's going to go on Twitch. We're sat here waiting for this. You know, we've got 34 minutes to go. People are excited. We don't know what we're about to get. And all of this is just bonus. It's just bonus. I think we need to count our blessings for what we've already had from this. Yes, I think that it's right to be concerned and cautious about where it's going, but I can't say that I've seen anything yet that's made me cautious or concerned. Everything I've seen so far has been brilliant, so I'm just hoping that continues. If it does wobble, then I'm gonna, you know, stick with it and give it my support. I'll, you know, remember why we're doing it, if you know what I mean. You know, you're doing it for Bray. He's no longer with us, and I think there's a lot of goodwill for this to succeed, so totally understand your message, Bubba Joe. Totally hear what you're saying. I think what you're saying is logical. I think what you're saying is something that others have said as well. But I don't know. Perhaps it's just blind optimism, but I'm genuinely feeling really positive about this. I'm feeling like this is going to work. I'm feeling like there's no reason why it should fail when you've got everything you would want. They're not battling against anything. I suppose the only thing they're battling against is people's expectations, which are probably going to be quite high. But so that's the only thing you're really battling against. All the resource, anything you need, you've got it. Nick Khan apparently has said, whatever you need. Whatever you need. If you need to go and film stuff, go and film it. Like, I mean, it's not a completely empty, like, you know, check. It's not like go and spend 100 million doing whatever you want, right? But it's, you know, if they need to go and film stuff, if they need to go and do stuff, just go and do it. Let's see what you can do. And that's so exciting. I'd be so excited to be given that opportunity to just go and do how often do wrestlers get that? Go and do what you want. Go and do what you want. Okay. Man, I tell you, there'd be a lot of wrestlers that would love that. Go and do what you want. Go and start a group. Create what characters you want. Oh, there's people that would love that. Imagine what, like, I mean, I don't know what restrictions are on Karrion Kross, but I mean, he's not getting the TV time he deserves. So, I mean, like, Karrion Kross is a fantastic promo. I don't know if you saw his promo from yesterday. I was speaking about it on Unseen. So good. He is so good. Like, he feels like someone that really needs TV time and would really benefit from some investment, you know? Maybe Ricochet as well. I mean, I don't know if everything Ricochet's doing he loves. You know, if Ricochet could present himself in a different way and do something different, maybe he would. But Ricochet is someone that, you know, I'd love to see him go back to like Prince Puma when he was in Lucha Underground. But that's a whole separate conversation for a whole separate time. Young Red 92, shout out to you, said, with all the Wyatt 6 stuff, there's clearly no time for a full video, but what would be your prediction for King of the Ring, match winners, and when will the Wyatt 6 appear? Well, to be honest, I did my predictions. Actually, I used the Wrestling Escape Pod this week to do them. So for those that have never seen the Wrestling Escape Pod, it's every Tuesday. It's the hour before we start our NXT live stream. So it's always like 6 Eastern, 11 o'clock UK time. And it's got its own channel. I'm not trying to advertise it, but I'm just saying that this week's episode was just me. And I don't think people knew that it was just me and that I was talking about King and Queen of the Ring. So I actually did my predictions and I did them over there. And I know that it's out the way and people might not have known and it was all of that kind of stuff. To be honest with you, that wasn't really the plan. The plan was that I was going to talk with Tommy and we were going to talk about whatever. I mean, we talk about wrestling. We talk about anything. I mean, we was talking about toys, action figures, WWE action figures, and the other week we ended up going and looking at a few toy shops in the Boston area, bringing up the pictures, going onto Google Maps, having a look inside, using the pictures that were online, and we found wrestling stuff and we were zooming in and it was really good. So really, like, we do some really different stuff over there, stuff that I don't do on this channel or my second channel. That really, I think it's a bit looser over there. It's a bit more casual over there. But actually this week I did my King and Queen of the Ring predictions. And to be honest, I think this is one of the hardest premium live events to predict. I genuinely do. I'm not just saying that because it's coming up. I've actually think there's been some really easy shows to predict. I mean, I feel like the Elimination Chamber show, I think we got 100% right on that. I think we got everything right. And that's not a brag. I think pretty much everyone got 100% right because it was super obvious where everything was going. Rhea was not going to lose that main event in Australia, right? Not just before WrestleMania. So, and it was quite clear we were going to get Rhea Becky at WrestleMania. So we knew that Becky was going to be winning and we knew that Drew was going to be winning. And it was really obvious, right? I think this is one of the hardest premium live events to predict because, first of all, we don't know who's in the matches. We know it's Lyra, but is she facing Nia or Becky? We think Nia, but it could be Becky. It could be Bianca, sorry. I think Nia, though. But then, you know, do you crown Nia or do you crown Lyra? Do you go with Nia, who is solid, stable, or do you go with Lyra, who's brand new? And now, today, we found out the winners will get title opportunities. So how does that change things? What does that do? You know, because all of a sudden, the winner now will get a title match at SummerSlam. Triple H made that announcement earlier today. He said he didn't want it to get in the way of the tournament, which is why he's announcing it now. The winners will get title opportunities at for the world titles at SummerSlam. So all of a sudden now you look at that and you go, oh my God, what, are they going to do that for Lyra? But then we've already done Nia against Rhea, and do we need to do Nia against Bayley? Is that a match people are really clamoring for? It's not a match I'm clamoring for. I ain't got nothing against Nia, but Nia Bayley feels like a SmackDown show match to me. So do we go with Lyra Liv instead? Do we build up this new star that's maybe, hopefully, the new Becky, right? And Liv, do you pull the trigger on her? There's maybe a thought that Finn and Damian could help Liv win. She's been getting close to Judgment Day. What if Judgment Day help Liv win and she ends up getting the belt? And, you know, Judgment Day start to hang around with Liv, saying actually she's, you know, she's a really good person. I don't know how they're going to explain it, but they're going to have to explain it because we know that Dominic's been liking her posts. We know that she had his bandana in her pocket. We know that she got out the same car with Finn Balor. They're going to have to explain why this has happened at some point. So as hard as it might be to explain, why would Judgment Day want to hang around with the woman that took Rhea away from them? Well, we've got to explain it because they are hanging around with the woman that took Rhea from... Like, it's happening. It's happening. We're seeing it happen. So it's going to have to be explained. So I think, like, it makes it really difficult. Who wins out of, say, Lyra or Nia? Or maybe it's Bianca that goes to the final and Bianca wins. Bianca could absolutely get a women's opportunity. You know, Bianca could absolutely win it and then go up against, say, Bayley. Bianca Bailey, we've seen before. That's a big match. Bailey Nia doesn't feel as big. I don't mind Lyra Liv, though. I don't mind that. I don't mind Lyra Becky. I just don't know why you would do that, because you've got two baby faces and you're really making the crowd split. You know, you're making the crowd ask, who do you prefer? And I'd imagine most will go with Becky because they know Becky. They don't really know Lyra. So that's not great for Lyra. If you're trying to build up a new star, why would you put her in a face versus face match against a much bigger name? Do you know what I mean? That seems a bit silly. That doesn't seem... I don't quite get why we would do that. So, Becky Lyra would be great. I'd definitely be down for it, but someone's going to need to be a heel there, I think. And I don't think we're going to do that. So, it's hard. So, to answer your question, I think I predicted Becky winning, but the more I'm thinking of it, the more I'm actually now thinking it could be Liv. I'm thinking that we might end up having Lyra win, and we might do Liv versus Lyra. I think that we could have... I think Damian could get past Drew. I don't know that Drew's going to win this weekend. I think that Cody wins. That's the one I'm so confident on. Cody wins. I think Sammy retains as well. I think Otis turns on Chad. So I think Sammy retains. I think Cody definitely retains. And then you've got Gunther versus either Randy or Tama Tonga. Hard, because Bloodline could cost Randy, but why would you want to do heel versus heel, Tama versus Gunther? Doesn't make sense. I think you do heel versus face, so you do Randy. So Randy versus Gunther, I feel very confident that's the final. And you could go either way, couldn't you? You could go either way. But again, would you want to do Randy Cody face versus face? It's a good match. It's a big match. It's the match. It's probably the right match. But I don't know. I feel like Randy's going into a program with the Bloodline. And I don't know that we're going to build towards him and Cody for SummerSlam. So I think I'm looking at maybe like Gunther versus face Damian. Because Damian seems to be turning face. So I'm wondering if maybe Drew doesn't get his hands on this title. Because I think we do Drew CM Punk at SummerSlam. Drew CM Punk at SummerSlam, I feel like that's pretty good. That's been built for a long time, and I've got to think Punk's coming back soon. We could do Rhea Liv at SummerSlam, though. That's the only problem. But honestly, it probably does need its own video, but without knowing who's actually in the final, it does make predicting King and Queen of the Ring very, very difficult. But I feel good it'll be Gunther versus Randy, and I think we're looking at Lyra versus Nia. Those are the matches I think we get. And then it's just trying to figure out who's going to win and who gets those title opportunities at SummerSlam. So Young Red, shout out to you, bud. Feel free to put your thoughts in the chat. Colin said Cody said he wanted to go up against Autumn. Yeah, I agree. I think that doing that though is difficult because we've obviously built Cody up to go up against heels. So doing face versus face, you're going to have some people supporting Cody, you're going to have some people supporting Randy. And I got to be honest with you, I think more of the crowd would be with Randy. People love Randy. And I just don't know that that's a good look. I don't know that it's a good look that your big face of the company is not getting the same level of support. Cody came out and said he's not the same level of a draw that Roman was, and that's true. I don't think there's any argument with that. That doesn't mean he was not right to win, right? He's right to win. But I think that, like, at WrestleMania, but we need to do work now and put him in some really good stories. And actually, him and Rock would be really interesting. But you need to do some really good stories and build up Cody and make Cody overcome more like obstacles, put him in more. Cody was super over when he was getting whipped and beaten down by The Rock, Mama Rhodes and all of that. But that was a while ago now. Now it's all settled down. Now he's going up against AJ in a match where we know who's going to win. He's going up against Logan in a match where we know who's going to win. The builds for those matches have not been any good. right? I mean, Logan has just arrived and said, I'm next. AJ won a #1 contenders thing, and so he was next. And that was it. There's not really much story to it. AJ was the #1 contender, and Logan is a big star, and it's a big match in the sense of here's two big names. But the stories aren't the same as what we had with him and Seth, or him and Roman, of course. So, you know, I think we need to do something to really build Cody. We need to do something to help Cody. He needs a monster heel with a good story. And to me, that's not Orton. Orton is a good story completely. I mean, their backstory, their history, I mean, so rich. There's so much you can dig into. There's so much that you can talk about, right? They could absolutely do it. But my concern would be, if I was working for WWE Creative, I'm doing it to build Cody up. Don't lose sight of why we're doing it. We're doing it to build Cody. We want to build Cody as big as possible. We want Cody to be the face of this company. We want him to be the guy that's going to bring people in and sell tickets. We're trying to build up Cody. I think putting him in the ring with Orton is a real risk, because Orton is so popular. He is so popular. He is so over. People love him. He's a legend. They love the RKO. Maybe you turn Orton heel. Maybe you turn him heel. I don't know. It's a real tricky one, to be honest with you. It's a real tricky one, because I just think, like, for me, that's my primary focus. I want to build up Cody. I want to make him, you know, that whole "we want Cody" thing. I want to get that back. I want everyone to be behind Cody. And they're not going to be if you put him in there with Orton. People love Orton way too much. So it's a gamble to do that match. You could do it, and the builds would have a hell of a story because of their history. But at the end of the day, when they're both in the ring, I see a lot of support for Randy Orton, and I don't like that optic. So that would be my concern if we were building towards that. Jimmy Crane, shout out to you, said, Daze, I agree. The invasion angle wouldn't work today. Back in 96, when Hall appeared and he cut a promo, it was so real. It really seemed like he'd been sent by WWE. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying anything revolutionary there. I think you're right. You know, a lot of people would agree and say the same thing. It's a shame in a way, because I think a lot of those things and tricks and moments that we had in the past, we can't rerun them now because they wouldn't work. There was a lot of stuff, you know, back in the day that you could do which doesn't work so well anymore, that we know that it's scripted. Like, I think kayfabe in the 90s, early 90s, 80s, it did a lot of heavy lifting for us. For example, the match quality didn't matter. I never, when I was a kid, watched matches and thought, oh, this isn't very good. That was never, ever in my brain. It never came into my... Scoring matches was not a thing. I never, when I was a kid, got a videotape, watched the action, and at the end went, well, I think that was 4 stars. We do it now because we now kind of want to... We see so much wrestling. We want to score it and compare it and talk about the best matches at the end of the year and all that kind of stuff. Back then, it wasn't about that. Back then, it was more about who's going to win, because who won would move forwards and who lost would probably take a backward step. And, you know, you had your favorites and you wanted them to win, like Undertaker, for example. You wanted to see him win. You wanted to see him move forward. I wanted to see him get title opportunities because that's what I thought he was there for. You know, he was this force that could destroy everyone. And I know in retrospect now you can look back and go, he didn't need the belt. But when you're a kid, you don't think that. When you're a kid, that's the biggest prize, isn't it? Isn't that what this is all about? Winning the belt and being like the guy, being the most powerful. So when you're a kid, like, the title represents everything. And so I wanted Undertaker to win and get that belt. That's what I was looking for. And so for me, I viewed it so different to how I view it now. The way that we watch wrestling has changed so much. I can't even begin to explain. If you've only got into wrestling the past 10 years, 15 years, even 20 years, I cannot explain the difference. Maybe 20 years ago you might have an idea, but go back to the mid-90s, go back to the early 90s, it's a different world. It's a different world. It's just not the way we watched it, the way we consumed it, the way that we enjoyed it was totally different. There was no match ratings. I mean, Meltzer was doing them, and the adults that knew that this was scripted, that were signed up to the Observer, they had their own little club going on. But the masses, like the majority, we didn't know. I didn't even know there was an Observer. I didn't even know there was a Dave Meltzer. Right? Certainly in my house, my friends, there was no, like, you know, scoring of matches. It was a lot of talk about, do you think such and such can, you know, get the title? Do you think blah, 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 blah? Who do you think's going to win in this? It was all about the results. It was all about who's going to be the next champion, who's going to beat Bret Hart. Did you see what happened with Hogan at WrestleMania 9? That's where the conversation was. Not about, like, you know, the conversations we have now. What we have now is a lot more inside baseball, isn't it? What we have now is a lot more educated because we know a lot more. There's a lot more knowledge that floats around now. There's a lot more leaked information that floats around now. Spoilers. There was no spoilers when I was a kid. Who was going to spoil it? Well, none of my friends knew what was going to happen. I didn't know what was going to happen. There was no magazines that could tell. The only magazines I saw was the official WWF magazine, which was always at least 2-3 weeks out of date. So that never had results or spoilers in it. It just had articles and competitions and stuff. So, I mean, no spoilers? A world without spoilers? Just imagine that. A world without spoilers. But also a world without QR codes. It was a dark time. It was a world without Nightbird and White Rabbit campaigns. It sucked, to be honest. So you should count your blessings that you live in this day and age. Mr. Burt Wayne said, there is a tag team called The Renegade that I manage. We are currently conversing our opinions collectively. We believe that the Wyatt Six are targeting the WWE. Rowan, Lumis, not AEW talent, to clarify. I still don't quite understand. So you manage a team called The Renegades, and you and your team think... You believe that the Wyatt Six are targeting the WWE. Rowan, Lumis, etc. Well, they're about to come in to WWE are about to bring them in. And so they are going to go after people when they arrive. I mean, I don't know what you mean by targeting WWE. I mean, what are we thinking? We're trying to bring down the company or something? Like, I don't quite understand. They are under contract with WWE. They're coming into WWE. They are, obviously, we know, going to continue Bray's story. We don't know who they're going to go after. That's been an interesting conversation. Who is it that they're going to target? Who is it they're going to go after? There's been thoughts that it could be Judgment Day. There's been thoughts it could be Final Testament. There's been thoughts that it could be Jey Uso's been mentioned a lot. Randy Orton, of course, has been mentioned a lot. So, you know, there's a lot of thoughts that have circulated as to who they could be going after. So they will be targeting WWE superstars, of course, but I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting thought. Could they go after management? Could we see them go after Adam Pearce? Could they go after Nick Aldis? Could they at some point do something with Triple H? Could they go after William Regal? Like, you know, could it be that some of these people in a position of power could be targets? If we're talking about targeting WWE, that makes me question what level we're talking about, because of course they're going to target WWE because they're coming into WWE to go after WWE superstars. So if they're targeting WWE, are we talking about that next level above? That Triple H level? That Nick Aldis level? That Adam Pearce level? That Ava level? Imagine that, Nikki Cross going after Ava. That would be sick. Dexter Lumis taking out Nick Aldis, and then all of a sudden the management have to get a bit of a team together to stand up to the Wyatt Six. And maybe something like Survivor Series, we get Wyatt Six versus Team WWE. Something along those lines. I mean, you could do it because you could make the argument that Bray was restricted so much. The problems that Bray had weren't primarily with the superstars. It was with the restrictions that were being put on him. It was with the restrictions that management kept putting on Bray. You know, Bray getting released and then being brought back and, like, you know, being messed around and the way that he was used. Like, maybe they could, you don't want to totally expose everything. You don't want to totally let everything out of the box by saying, like, it was the creative, right? But there's little things that you could say. There's little things that you could say to kind of point in a certain direction, you know, like the way that the things he was asked to do, or the way he was being used, or the way he was being misused, the way he was being mistreated. You're not saying bad creative, right? But you're sort of saying the way that he was mistreated, and you could point the finger at that next level up, you know? I don't know how people would feel about that. I think that would be a lot more exciting if it was Shane and Vince and Triple H and the Authority. I think if it was the Authority that was in charge, I think that would get people's juices going a little more. We saw the Authority in action. That was Survivor Series 2014. That was Team John Cena taking on the Authority. So we've seen that before. In kind of a way, but yeah, it's an interesting thought, isn't it? I've heard a lot of people saying Final Testament. I've heard a lot of people saying about Judgment Day, Randy Orton, Jey Uso. I haven't seen anyone talking about that next level up, that management level, which imagine Nick Khan, man. Imagine news comes out that Nick Khan had been attacked. So like that, you know, no footage, but we just hear that he got attacked, and it's like, is he okay? And there's like concern and everything, and then it turns out that Triple H gets attacked, but there is footage this time, and we see that it was someone from the Wyatt Six. That could be really fun. So Mr. Burt Wayne, I might have got the wrong end of the stick on that, but I'm trying to decode the best that I can there. And if that's kind of in the ballpark we're talking about, I think that's an interesting thought. Matthew McIntyre said the Pier was shown in a Bray versus Braun match, I'm pretty sure. Really? That's interesting, Matthew. I really like that. I don't recall seeing a Pier before. So if you're telling me that it has featured before in a match, then I'm very interested in that. So I'm guessing that would be the Swamp match. So Bray, Braun. I'm going to jot that down. I'm going to see if I can have a little look at that. It's not going to hopefully take too long to go back to that and have a little scroll through. But I think that that's something that people are quite interested in. MLW Flash, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Sending in some memberships as we are getting closer, guys. We're 8 minutes away. We're going to blast down these few super chats and get ready for the start of this. So Thomas Jadwin said, was the swamp fight that Bray and Braun had at the Wyatt compound, there was a Pier and a Doc that was there, right? So Thomas saying the same. So Thomas, shout out to you. I mean, I remember there being a little pier, if we're talking about that. I mean, a tiny thing that extended out into the swamp, but not what we're talking about on the shirt, just to be clear. The one that's on the shirt has got like a big building seemingly at the end of it. It seems to be more a pier that you would get in a big city or town, like Brighton Pier here in the UK. Like or Bournemouth Pier, you know, this is big. So if we're talking about like a little thing, that's not the same thing we're talking about. We're talking about like something that's really long, it's got a building, an arcade, or something at the end of it, you know. But if you're telling me that that's featured in this match, then I don't recall it, but I will go back and have a look at it, because maybe that is the connection. Bubba Joe said, I came back for Bray in 2023 for the Pitch Black match. I mainly now watch for this. He was my favourite wrestler. I have dreams about the Wyatt Six. Do you know what? I had a dream last night as well about flipping investigating this Nightbird thing. There was something else that we couldn't work out, and I remember dreaming about it as we were trying to work it out. So it's I think, you know, we talk about it so much. We do so many videos on it. when I'm not doing videos, all I'm doing is reading what you lot are sending. So I mean, I'm just consumed by it, right? I've let it in. I've let it, yowie wowie, I have let it in. And so I'm starting to flip and dream about it now. I mean, I don't know if that's like a level that I should be concerned about or something. So far, there's not been anything scary. It's just been us investigating, but, you know. It's probably not a good sign, is it? So, Bubba, if you're in that same position, I think we might need a day off or something here, you know? We might have to go and do, like, you know, I might have to go and visit some old people's home and do something instead, right? Go and just get out the house. I don't know why I'm going to an old people's home. I am now. Now I've said it, I'm going to do it. So, Bubba Joe, shout out to you. JP Ville said, Daze, sources tell me that you're the bride in the Nightbird teases. Yep. I think you can tell because you do see a little glimpse of a bit of sexy leg. Yeah, I'm just saying, I've got nice legs. That's all I'm going to say. So it is me. I did stand in so that they could just film that. Unfortunately, I do have to reveal that it was just a few appearances. I'm not going to be a permanent member of the Wyatt Six. But, you know, they sounded the alarm and I was ready to answer. So, JP Ville, shout out to you. Danny Spyro Rhodes said Judgment Day could help Rhea by helping Liv. Yeah, I mean, it could be a trap. It could be that they make it seem like they're bringing her in only to then turn on her. I mean, it could be that they want Liv to get the title because Rhea, when she comes back, is going to want the title, but she's going to want Liv. And so maybe the thinking is, well, it'll be better for Rhea to kill two birds, one stone. She can beat up Liv and get the title back at the same time. So that's a good thought, that is. It's a good thought. I mean, clearly there is something happening there that's going to be revealed and it's going to lead to something. And I do love that idea of them helping her get the title. I'm not crazy about Liv. I'm not someone that like is massively into Liv. I think that she's fine. I think she's a solid person to have on the card. I don't think she shouldn't be in WWE or anything like this, right? But I don't look at her and go, oh my God, she should be 50-time world champion, right? I think she's solid. I think she's good. I think she can contribute. But I don't look at her and go, oh, I want her to be, like, you know, the greatest of all time. So I don't mind if she wins that women's championship. I'm not looking personally for a long-lived run, but who knows? Could put it on her and it could be good. I mean, I do like her more as a heel. I must admit, her being like a bit more with an attitude and being a little bit more bratty, I think that suits her better than when we were trying to make her a face personally. I'm enjoying her more as a heel. So, I don't know, maybe a Liv championship run could be okay. So I'm interested in her with Judgment Day. There's some interesting stuff happening with Liv at the moment. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see where that leads. And Mr. Burt Wayne said, if you think about the WWE intro video from the QR code, the rhetoric, and the WWE logo that froze, the words "no space is safe" on top. Okay, I'll have to go back and have a look at that intro video again. I don't know. I mean, I think this is where some of the theories can just get a little bit lost in the sense of what's the end goal of the theory. So you're saying if we look at the intro video, we see that no space is safe. Cool. We know the group's coming in. We know that they're going to cause havoc. Are we saying anything more than that? Like, what are we saying after that? I kind of feel like this is where, like, I'm not just saying it for this example. I'm saying, like, this is what happens a fair bit, is where, like, theories come in and it's like, did we see this? I think it's leading to Erick Rowan, and it's like, yeah, that's cool. We know Rowan's in, though, don't we? You know? So we can use it and talk about it, but ultimately, what is it that it's telling us? What is it that we're getting from it, you know? What is it that's being pushed forward? So I feel like there could be something there. I'm into it, but I don't know quite what we're getting from it, you know? So if we go back and look at that intro, what are we meant to be getting from it? What's the message behind it? If it is that no space is safe, that's cool. But we know they're going to come in and cause havoc, don't we? We know this is not a group that's going to come in and be, hey guys, how you doing? Hope everyone's well. We're just here to, you know, try and have a lovely time. They're coming to cause problems. Make no mistake about it. They are coming to cause problems. And those problems might be starting very, very soon, because we have got, or we are just moments away from getting over to the Twitch channel. Now, I've got it in front of me. I'm on the WWE Twitch thing. They're offline at the moment, so don't have anything. Bit loud, actually. So don't have anything that's happening right now, but it is time. It has clipped over, and so we are obviously waiting. Live, watch now. They are live. So it says WWE is live. Watch now. Yeah, I want to watch now. Okay, I've got a WWE logo. It says, remember who you are. And it begins. I've got an ad. Refresh it. Okay. Click to unmute. I've got an ad as well. Click to unmute. Ads. God, they're really milking this, aren't they? For as much as they possibly can, in the sense of they definitely want to get revenue from this. So I've got an advert. In cinemas now. Tickets. Okay, here we go. Pluto. What we got? Got a baby that's been born. And we've got Pluto symbol. There's the desk. It says, remember who you are. We've got the tape. So we've got quick flashes. It's really good. So if you are joining us live on Twitch right now, we've got this footage. It's a Twitch stream. We're just seeing the pen, paper, the floppy disks. Remember who you are. The camera keeps like glitching. This is that Morse code? Could that be Morse code? Some beeps and whatever. Again, we got some flickers. We got a few lights as well. Quite slow. We can see the book, the therapist's book. So we are seemingly in the therapist's office at the moment, but it's clearly like some distortion that's happening. It's hard to know. I haven't seen anything that indicates if this is a video camera or if this is coming from like Howdy's mind or something. It's nothing to indicate that at the moment. Sometimes we've seen like play in the corner, but I haven't seen anything like that here. There's something at the bottom that says 24 written on the top of the floppy disk, but I don't know quite what that... I don't know if when the paper gets moved, there could be a message. But that floppy disk at the bottom right is interesting, because it says something 24. It looks like to be a date. Again, just static and disturbance. iPad Pro ad. No, I haven't got an iPad Pro ad. Is Uncle Howdy trying to sell me an iPad Pro? I'm buying it. Electrical tape is actually wrapped around the hands Wow. It's wrapped around the hands, and we just got some coordinates. So we've got coordinates that have flashed up on screen. Those, I'm sure people are on those right now. So coordinates keep flashing up, man. I need to get a picture of them, don't I? I mean, they are gone. Oh, they're back again. One more, just once more. Oh, god damn it. Okay, the iPad thing has gone now. Coordinates and the hands are wrapped around with the electrical tape. That's brilliant. Pluto symbol. Whose hands are they? I mean, it's hard to tell if they're male or female, but I would guess at male. Now we've got 1 plus is... Oh, it. It is never easy. It is never easy to... It is never easy to feel. It is never loss. Oof. It is never easy to feel loss. And it does look like it's in front of a mirror. Oh, I love the hands. You have lost too much already. It's never easy to feel loss. You have lost too much already. Little messages flashing up. I think, did it say like time to feel better? You deserve. You deserve to be set free. Trust me. Trust me. Those I think those are different coordinates. Different coordinates. Wow, we were getting loads of QR codes before. Now we're getting loads of coordinates. You deserve to be set free has been underlined. Do we know the coordinates? Different coordinates. William said, I'm happy. I'm in a good place. William, shout out to you. The message continues. I know you are angry. I know you are angry. That is okay. Okay. Let me... Oh, I thought he was going to say in. Let me in. Let me show you what that anger can do. It's never easy to feel loss. You have lost too much already. Is those different coordinates now? You deserve to be set free. I know you are angry. That is okay. Let me show you what that anger can do. Third set of coordinates. Message continues. Right. When you are... Don't know who this is to be honest. I mean, it feels like it's to us, but it obviously might not be. When you are ready, to take off the... What the hell's that? It's a long word. When you're ready to take off the blindfold, come find me. You can always wear your mask. Smiley face. When you're ready to take off your blindfold, come find me. You can always wear your mask. 4th set of coordinates. Do we know any of the coordinates yet? Has anyone found any of the coordinates? Not what I was expecting this. Oh. Is that a letter that he's been sending to them? Remember. So this has been to them, not to us. Remember who you are. So we know what message they received. How do they find him, though? I mean, there's no address. How would they know where he is? How would they know where to go to? So, coordinates again. I've got 5 coordinates so far. That's Gacy with the smiley face, said Dro. CBF said that's the letter to Rowan. Do we think this is going to be a different letter? I love the tape around the hands. I think that's so good. I love that. I love how rough and ready it is. I wonder if that's done to... Has anyone got any hand tattoos or anything they would need hiding? It might just be for aesthetic, but... right. Second message. I am so sad. I am so sad. I am so sad. Seeing you. Are we going to see 5 different messages getting written? Look for a friend. Oh my god, this is to Nikki Cross. But finding none. That's why I've kidnapped this therapist for you. How sad for them to miss out on someone as special as you. What are we thinking, Nikki? First one maybe to Rowan. So we're watching... I feel like we're going to watch 5 messages get made here. It's pretty fun, isn't it? I have watched you. I have watched you stare. Oh my god, now I've got BTYEX Universal Waterproof Phone Case. Uncle Howdy, come on. I don't need that. I've watched you stare into the abyss, hoping someone would look back. Defcon said, wasn't Pluto a villain in Hills Have Eyes? I don't remember, but I have seen the film, but a long time ago. Just hoping anyone know the answer to that? Feel free, put it in the chat. Someone would stare back. He continues, I want you to know. I want you to know. I see you. You are seen. You are loved. Come home. Your new family awaits. I mean, I don't know about you. If I'm Nikki Cross and I get that note, I'm going to the police. I'm not going to be joining some freaky group. Just saying. No, thank you. Right, so there we go. We got that one, which we think was for Nikki. Oh, he's put the pen down. Uncle Howdy has now written this one. He's going to pop that in a little envelope, I think. Probably with the envelope saying, remember who you are. Do we know any of the coordinates yet? Do we know? Oh, here's one. 5th set of coordinates. Oh, well done. So, Langer. Oh, yep, remember who you are. Langer is one of them. Jimmy Rabbit pointing out that's left-handed. Left-handed, are we, Uncle Howdy? Left-handed, are we? That's a good spot. Remember who you are. Okay, so 16 more coordinates. I don't think it seems like these coordinates are not coordinates that we've seen before. What the flip? So more coordinates on screen. Now Nightbird plays. I mean, it's a tune, in all fairness. It's a tune. Oh, it's a bit distorted. In all fairness, if I was writing 5 letters, I'd want a tune on. I'd want a tune on. I'd probably put on Sexy Red. Ski. Ski. This works. Okay, next note. These weary eyes. Oh, a bit more tape. More coordinates. Jesus. More tape. Demons grow. I like the Nightbird one. Yeah, it's good. I like it as well, actually. Came out like 2019. It feels like it's from the 1920s. Feel like it came out in 1919. Remember Who You Are. It's got 10,000 viewers right now. So it's called Remember Who You Are, and we're seeing the notes being written to the different people. We think that last one was to Nikki. More, I showed them. I set them free. Oh, the song will end by the time he starts this next one. Oh, I've lost track of how many coordinates there are now. I feel like they're showing us every place in the world. But I looked up today, and Nightbird was recorded in 2019, said I'm Just a Man. Is he wearing Wyatt gloves and tape him up? There is a bit of red in there, isn't there? There could be some Wyatt gloves that he's taped over. Right, next notes. You had a family. Oh. You had a family. Could this be... Oh, this feels like Gacy or Rowan. Well, could be Dexter Lumis. He had Indy Hartwell, didn't he? And Johnny Gargano. Could be Rowan. You had... friends. You... did... your best. You did your best. They revealed themselves. Did they? Jesus. They revealed themselves? Probably best to not hang around with them anymore. That's frowned on. Oh, sorry. To be liars. They revealed themselves to be liars. Oh, he's very... Oh, no. Scrap that. Scrap that. We got too emotional. Scrap that. Put the song on again. Time to wake up. Oh, he was all chilled when the song was on, and then as soon as the song ended, he's got all upset, innit he? New bit of paper. Bang the song on. I'm telling you, he needs to get ski on. Ski! That's what he needs to do. That'll get him in a good state of mind. Right. Let's go again. We're seeing someone in a cave, but I think it's probably stock footage. Right. Let's try again. New message. Your family betrayed you. Whose family betrayed them? You deserve better. Was Gacy betrayed by Schism? They ended up leaving, didn't they? The Grizzled Young Veterans. But I don't know why that would make Howdy so upset. You are... Huh? I don't even know what that is. What? Accept... Just... What? Come on, Howdy. You need to sort your handwriting out. Just as you are. Is it you are acceptable? Just as you are. Come to me, and I will make you brand new. Is that acceptable, do we think? Yeah, this is Schism. That's Gacy. I'm going to go Gacy on that. I got to tell you, Uncle Howdy is upset with Ava. Also, why doesn't he use the back of the notes? I mean, this is a real Uncle Howdy don't give a flip about the environment. I will set you free. So, no. Only so much paper in the world. We can be a real family. Lomo, 10 kg metal base plates. What do I do with her? What's that meant to advertise? A metal base plate? What am I meant to put on there? 54.20 says a weird price in it. We can be a real family. He's repeated that, hasn't he? Take my hand, trust me. We can be a real we are family. I got all my sisters with me. He should just send that in the post CD with that song on it. We are family. Mr. Burt Wayne said that's not Howdy, that's Gacy. You think it's Gacy, buds? Because of the smiley face. It could be. Could be. Red pen. Remember. Who you are. Once the third letter is written, we'll know which letter is to who. This is like an ASMR with the writing sounds. It's nice, isn't it? It's chilled. Apart from that bit when he freaked out. But it's quite chilled. This is like the most terrifying video for kids. I feel like this could be like a kid show where we draw pictures with just some hands. Oh, yep. He's banged it on again. He's banged it on again. Bird sing. Go on, Howdy. This is great for the sales of that song. I can't remember who does it, but she must flipping love this campaign. She must absolutely love it. We've got the paper turned the other way around. This paper is smaller. It is smaller. It is, and it's sideways. What's this about? Oh, and it's gone. Oh, it's back again. Hey, what happened to, did he just move that floppy disk out the way? I think. Oh, more coordinates. Coordinates. I've lost count of the amount of coordinates. We're definitely 9 at least. At least. Oh, he's got a really bad recording. I bet he's got that off Napster. It's really bad quality. Uncle Howdy needs to get like a new subscription to Spotify. Or a better speaker. Oh, hello. Liar. Oh, we're seeing that getting written. That's cool, isn't it? Look. We're seeing the creation of the WhatsApp thing. Liar. 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 Cross through. Set you free, set you free. Oh, did he put some on the back, did he? Is it Pluto? Pluto on the back. Yeah, but where's the bit where he writes WhatsApp? I want to see that bit where he goes, WhatsApp this time, guys. Oh, he didn't write WhatsApp. Niall said, you notice how Daze isn't showing his desk? Oh, Niall, you've run bottom out. I'm down here. Actually, I've got a camera up there. If you used to see my hands right now, they're just covered in electrical tape. Okay, we're moving on to the next one. New message. So that last message was to us, wasn't it? You had followers. What's this? And they betrayed you. Is this Gacy? They betrayed you. They turned their backs. And when you were all alone. Use the back, Uncle Howdy. Asking for help. Asking for love. Asking for someone, anyone, to notice you. They all did nothing. Nothing. Who's this to? Who had followers? Gacy had followers, but didn't the last one fit Gacy with the whole family thing? I wonder if family is Dexter then? Your family betrayed you. You deserve better. You are acceptable just as you are. You can be in a real family. I wonder if that's Dexter. And this one would be to Gacy. In red, I will give you a family. In red. Let's teach them history, geography, English. Let's teach them consequences. Let's teach them consequences. Another smiley face. It does add weight to this being Gacy, these smiley faces. I do agree. It could also just be a fun way that Uncle Howdy likes to sign off notes. Right. Into my mind. Their locations of famous cults. Oh, very good. Very good. Into my mind. Locations of famous cults. Right, we're on to the next note. Remember who you are. So that's the envelope, actually. Jimmy Crane said, Uncle Howdy doesn't care about the trees. I know. It has very much upset me. I mean, sometimes he'll use the back, but look, two clean bits of paper this time. Oh, and the disc. The disc just said 6. No, that means June. Uncle Howdy. No! No! We was interested in that floppy disk, and now we've seen it says 6. That's June. I will see you all soon. And it's got June on it. I can't. So it's not going to be King and Queen of the Ring, because that's the 25th. I can't wait to meet you. Can't wait to meet you. So there's one note being delivered. Is this him driving to deliver other notes? Is that where one of them lived? God, they lived in spooky places, didn't they? This is where they lived. Before he got to them. Or is that where he lived? There's the bride. She's cool. Oh, not seen that face before. Not seen that face, that little smile at the end, but who would that be? Why would that be there? And that's that. Wow. Takeaways. I mean, it's messages to, we've seen what he's said to them. Very revealing in that regard. So we know that he's reached out, but that floppy disk at the end that's got June on it, that's made me sad. This is the climax, said Mr. Burt Wayne. The door has opened. People are saying that that was Taylor, that was Bo. That was Alexa, said Brian. Bo's cute, gappy smile. It was Undertaker. I think they're still going to debut in Saudi Arabia. I don't feel as confident about that. The June is... June is... that was awesome, said Blockhead. It didn't have a date. It said 24, but I think that was the year. So I think the 24 was the year, the 6 was the thing, and there was a gap in the middle for the day. So it feels to me like they're going to arrive one day in June, but we just don't know that day yet. June 6th is Clash. So, is it? Clash isn't that soon, is it? June 6th. June 24th is a Monday. I thought it said 24/8. June 25th is a Tuesday. It said 6.24. Could it be the 3rd of June? June 15th is Clash. Well, that's a bit better. It's Bo. If you check Bo's teeth, said Chubby. You need to draw a line from coordinate to coordinate. Oh, really? What happens if you draw a line from coordinate to coordinate? What do we get if we draw a line from coordinate to coordinate? So yeah, we got the video. It was lots of letters. Apparently, can we whoosh over? Hello. We need this over here. So here's Tommy. Look, Tommy says, let's go down. I want to save this. Going to pop that in the QR folder. So these are the places that the coordinates came up with. Has anyone tried taking the first letters and spelling something out with them? Well, the theory that was just dropped into the chat was that you need to draw a line between them. I'd be very interested in someone doing that. Be very interested in someone doing that. We've got Uncle Howdy wants rights to Joe Gacy, Dexter, Lumis, respectively. Ask him for help, ask him for love. No issue. You had followers and they betrayed you. That one could be to Gacy. And then this one, your family betrayed you. You deserve better. That one could be. I thought that was Gacy at first, but I agree. That one feels like it could be Lumis. Oh, good picture there that's been included, actually. That's quite good. I mean, not great news. Not great news if you are Indy. Or Johnny. Or Ava. Not great news. Liz said, I called out someone who was left-handed on this video. The letters are slanted different. A lefty can recognize another lefty. So I like that. The pen, look at the corner. It is the same diary as we've seen. Yeah, I think we're in the therapist house. I feel pretty good about that. Jimmy or Jay? I don't think so. I love the idea though. Cooper said the videos are Uncle Howdy recruiting each member as the group as he wrote, remember who you are 5 times, placed in an envelope, saying things like your new family awaits and you can always wear your mask. Joe Gacy smiley face. Well, that's interesting. That first one, what was, I've got them all written down. What was that first one? The first one, it is never easy to feel loss. You have lost too much already. You deserve to be set free. I know you're angry and that is okay. Let me show you what that anger can do. When you're ready to take off the blindfold, come find me. You can always wear your mask. Could be Gacy. I really get strong Rowan vibes from that, talking about loss. Talking about loss. You've lost so much already. Harper, Bray. That first one feels like Rowan to me. The second one, I've no doubt, is Nikki. I've no doubt it's Nikki. I am so sad seeing you look for a friend but finding none. How sad for them to miss out on someone as special as you. I've watched you stare into the abyss, hoping someone would stare back. I want you to know I see you. You are seen. You are loved. Come home. Your new family awaits. This next one is, you know, your family betrayed you. You deserve better. You are accepted or acceptable just as you are. Come to me. I will make you brand new. I will set you free. We can be a real family. You had followers and they betrayed you. I mean, that's got to be Gacy. Gacy had followers. That's got to be Gacy. And this, so that would mean that this one has got to be Dexter. That one about your family betrayed you. Did they? Perhaps there's something there that we didn't know. Perhaps there's something on that one that we didn't know. Liars, just like when Bray returned, Howdy interrupted. The QR code said liar with X's over Bray's eyes. Howdy confirmed. Uncle Howdy is writing to each member. I messed with the colours. I found out who is coming. Who's coming? Revealed. It's been revealed. There we go. Stephanie McMahon. 6th set of coordinates. Yeah, so did anyone do that? Did anyone draw the line? There we go, the comparison. Did anyone draw the line? When you're trying to decode the latest Nightbird image just to find out it's a... Liars! So it glitches. Gets the red out, doesn't he? Starts going mental with it. I did love the stuff on his the tape on his hands. That was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. Today is Bray's birthday, so that's why they did that. Not 2 more in the next post. It'll upload all 4. I don't know what does that mean? What does that mean? Right, let's try and get back over, see what people are saying. We've got a few super chats. We'll get to these. We'll get to the chat. So, Ginger Jessie VR said magic markers, as they're called here in the States, they leak through paper and they'll make it hard to read on. I do love the fact that you've gone logistics with that, right? Well, I mean, look, all I'm going to say is use a biro then, right? I mean, personally, I don't think the magic marker needed to be used. I think he could have used a biro. That way he could have used both sides. We can try and excuse the wastage of paper if we really want to try. But I don't think that's a road we should go down, right? I think he should be called out for it. Not too much. I don't want any grief. But I just think it's right that we highlight the fact that he could have done better. Yeah, he could have done better. But I do like the fact that you've come in going, well, actually, if he did use magic marker, it would be a lot harder to read. Mr. Burt Wayne said, this is the climax. Your boy Kermit said note 1 to Rowan, note 2 to Gacy, 3 to Nikki, 4 to Dexter, note 6. I think that might have been to us. I think there was a couple of notes in there, the ones that we saw on the WhatsApp thing, weren't they? So I think some of them might have been to us. Matt Pete said Lumis's family went up to the main roster without him. They left Indy though, didn't they? Dexter actually went without Indy. Indy didn't go without him, and that was his wife or whatever. She stayed behind after Candice and everyone went. But I think Lumis, did he get called up or released? I can't remember how it happens. Perhaps it's to do with him being released and then coming back again. I don't know. But Indy was the last one to go up from that group. Lumis wasn't kicking around in NXT on his own. It's an interesting thought, though. Ginger Jesse said it's almost time Twitch changed the title to Remember Who You Are. Yeah, it is worth just noting that that was the title. Remember Who You Are. Right, then we also had Coach Co saying whoever it is, they've got chubby fingers. And Christian said the coordinates could be the hometowns of the Wyatt Six. Well, the streets were saying that the coordinates are actually connected with famous cults. So that's what the streets were saying. But I don't know, obviously, if that's true. But I believe it if someone's looked into it and that's what they've found. Every so often, there was some hair that was popping in and out of shots. That's interesting. I'll retweet that out. And we will pop that into the QR thing. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about you. I don't feel like there's loads of mystery here in the sense of it was quite slow. And we know that he was writing notes. They showed us him delivering them at the end as well. So I feel like we know. There can be a bit of debate as to what note went to who. But we sort of know what was happening there, right? So I feel good about that. There wasn't anything more to do with the therapist, although it was once again in her office. And I think the big talking point is the floppy disk at the end with the June on it, the 6. I think that really now has got me worried about this weekend. I think it's really got me worried about this weekend because I'll see you soon and then a floppy disk that's got like June 24 but no exact date on it. That's now got me thinking that they might not arrive this weekend. I know people are going to be upset and they might be like, no, they're going to be there this weekend. But I'm just saying, I've got my concerns. The whole thing has to lead to a return immediately. How much more can happen now, said WWE Worlds. Jake Campbell said, tape around the hands might explain the strange hand movements in the pixelated video from last week. But that's an interesting thought. Carmen Live said, I might go to UAW in Chicago. Well, if you do, I hope you have a great time. Bo Dallas is the owner of the swamp, said Tommy. Excalibur said, clearly write in recruitment letters. After each new chord comes, the second letter was for Gacy for sure. JPville said, man, Uncle Howdy struggles to get to the point. He does take his time, doesn't he? Andrew said, the only one that I can confirm is a wrestler is the 5th coordinate. That was Gacy's hometown. It's about 10 minutes from me. That's interesting. Coordinates are definitely something that needs to be a bit of work. At the moment, unless someone can tell me different, I've been told that it's all to do with... cults. But other than that, I don't know of any other connection. So definitely something to look into, those coordinates. Also looked like the top of the tape was 28. Here's we've got that list of coordinates for those that want to see. So here we go. Those are the numbers, and this is where it points to. So the question clearly is going to be, what is the relevance of these places? Is it that they've all got famous cults? I mean, the problem you might have is everywhere might have a famous cult. So what's the relevance of these places? And can a line be drawn between them? I still have not seen a picture of that, actually. His feast day is June 17th. We have an answer. Tommy, what's this? Oh, Dripzilla's awesome. They spell out Rainerius. Well, all the first letter spells out Rainerius. His feast day. What's Rainerius? What's this? Is the patron saint of Pisa. His feast day is June 17th. Oh, that's good, innit? That's good. So the first letter of all of these spells that. And he is known for having a feast day, which is June 17th. Now, the question's going to be, June 17th, what does that fall on? What does that fall on? What is June 17th? June 17th is a Monday! Yes! June 17th. Man, Dripzilla has killed it once again. You've killed it. Dripzilla actually, a lot of you won't know, but Dripzilla actually worked out that, you know that logo that was hidden and we just couldn't work it out? Well, I did a video, obviously, on it last night after I got sent that thing, which was the copyright-free thing, right? So I got sent that last night, the copyright-free thing, and as I was doing the video revealing that this was just a copyright-free thing that had been got off the internet, Dripzilla actually worked out what the logo was and got it correct, right? I didn't mention it in the video because I didn't see it until after I'd finished recording. It is actually in my folder to look at for Unseen later tonight, that Dripzilla had actually worked out what the logo was, which I think was brilliant. I think that's brilliant. I mean, obviously it turned out to be a little bit fruitless, but that was doing our head in, so the fact someone worked that out was incredible. But I didn't see it until after I'd recorded. So, right, let's go down. Oh, I love that. I love what we just seen. I think that's excellent. I can't say 100%, of course, but come on, that's pretty good, isn't it? The first letter of all the coordinates spells out that, which is like to do with a patron saint, and their feast day is on June 17th. It's pretty good. Even if it's not correct, it's pretty good. Andrew said, did you hear before the music came on someone struggling like they were taped? Maybe he got the therapist. This is gonna be good. Oh no, I didn't. I didn't, Andrew. So we're saying there was someone that was struggling. I'll jot that down and we'll look into that. So, a struggle. Purge. When did you say it was? Just before the music. Just before the music. There was a baby at the start, and also something that sounded a little bit Morse codey. I mean, I don't know if that was something at the very beginning. Sounded a little bit Morse codey. Might not have been. I love that. Liam said, I feel like the newborn baby signals Alexa the bride. You think that signals Alexa as the bride? That's interesting. What makes you think that? Because she had a baby? What if the baby's going to be in the... Perhaps we're not interested in Alexa, but perhaps we're going to start them young. Do you know what I mean? Perhaps Uncle Howdy's thinking I need a replacement. I'll have Alexa's new. What if it turns out Uncle Howdy's the father? That would be a twist, wouldn't it? Hey, that would be a twist. Nostalgically Awkward said he was wearing her heel gloves under the tape. When he turned his hand over, you could see the red. Yeah, good point. Good point. I'll jot it down. I think it was mentioned during the stream about the gloves underneath. Gloves. Lovely, nostalgically awkward. Shout out to you, my friends. Thomas Jadwin said the bride might be Nikki. They both have what look to be the same bend of middle finger. What the flip? How do you know what Nikki's middle finger bend looks like? Listen, I've seen that middle finger before, thank you. I've seen the bend of that middle finger before. You could be right. Nikki is the one that I favor, but I did just get sent this, right? I did just get sent this. Let's flip it on here. No, let's go here. Here's Cody Quinn saying that could be Alexa Bliss's hand. I just don't know. I mean, the hair we think is black, and so the hair we think could be, you know, for Nikki. But then, well, I don't know, she could have just had her nails done, couldn't she? I don't know. I am going to be the first to admit I do not study women's hands. I don't. I know I should. I know I should. But I just don't. I can't look at that hand and say who it is. But Cody Quinn thinks that it is Alexa. And Thomas is thinking that it could be Nikki Cross. Bubba Joe said, how many members do you think there are now? I think 5. I think 5. I think that's what we were expecting. And then Alexa joining further down the road. So, I mean, honestly, the bride could be Alexa. It doesn't mean that we're going to be seeing the bride when they finally arrive. I do like the 17th. I really like that. I think that's very, very clever. So I do like the 17th. But I'm open to theories, thoughts, whatever people are thinking. I put all the coordinates in chronological order in which they were displayed on the stream. Then I used the first letter and I got this. So other people are getting it as well now. Other people are getting to the same Rainarius. So that definitely feels like it's getting a bit of momentum. So, Bubba Joe, yes, I've got 5 as well. Edward, shout out to you, bud. I hope you're well. Elijah said it can't be a coincidence that 3 of the place names start with Abby, Rambling, and Irwin. No, I think that's an excellent shout, Elijah. I think that's an excellent shout because they could have chosen any place names. I still think there's something in those places because if you want to just spell that out, you could have Reno, you could have Albuquerque, you could, do you know what I mean? Like you could come up with any places, but you probably would put a bit more thought into why those places, why those specific, and they're really random places as well. You know, it's not New York and Los Angeles and all of this. It's like, you know, Boomerville, where boomers live. If you live there, God bless you. But I've never heard of half of these places, right? So there probably is something to them. So Abby getting mentioned, Irwin getting mentioned, Ramble getting mentioned. Interesting. We've got apparently in one of the things there was a 25 that was found. The only concern I've got with that is that is Bo's birthday. So I don't know. I don't know that the 25 or the 25th of the 5th, I don't know that I have confidence that definitely means that's when they're going to arrive. But here are these places, look. I mean, that does Abby, Ramble, Irwin. drum. So, you know, maybe we're going to see Ringo Starr. Sink. Maybe we're going to see Jack and Rose from the Titanic. Langer. I don't know. Anger. Oh, anger. Anger. That's a word. Scarborough. Ontario, Canada. What's that? Scar. Scar. Anger. I don't know. Can these words be reworked into other words? Imagine if all of these letters can be made into different words as well. That would be sick. Like, that could be turned into something else. That could be turned into something else. That could be turned into something else. I love the first letter thing. First letter thing is awesome. And if it is true that there's cults from all of these, that is awesome. But definitely I agree. There feels like there's more. There's meaning in there. There's got to be. Why these specific places? Why? What's this? Dan said, so Scarborough, Ontario location is an hour away from the location of Money in the Bank. Oh, but that's still too far away. Why not just choose somewhere that's like really close, like even closer than an hour away? If you was gonna choose places because you needed these letters, you could choose so many places. So many places. I don't think you need to be specifically like an hour away from like Money in the Bank, you know? It's got to be another reason why that's been chosen. It's bugging me that. This is the thing that's bugging me the most. What's this? Love is blind. Love is blind. But Tommy said, I got onto the stream and that's all I can ask for. What? Which stream? If it's this one, you're on again, Tommy? Oh my God. Ian said, I don't think it's June. We have been having 525, but that is Bo's birthday as well. So maybe 5 of them on the 25th and all on the 6th of June? I don't know. I mean, I would love for it to be King and Queen of the Ring, but I've just got a doubt. I just doubt the fact that they're going to be there because of that floppy disk. That floppy disk is telling us June. I think we can all agree. It's telling us June. 6/24, right? Could be the 24th of June, right? Could be the 24th of June. But it could also be that that's the year and that's the month. So they have clearly communicated that to us. If they're arriving at King and Queen of the Ring, wouldn't that floppy disk focus on that? Wouldn't that floppy disk say 5/25, 24, I can't wait to see you soon? I feel like that is a message that needs to be heeded. I think that little seed needs to be kept in mind that a big message just got sent, June. Just got sent. So I think that, you know, they teased Backlash and we ended up getting a QR codes. So any teases for 5/25 could be to do with Bo's birthday in a way of, again, connecting Bo. But it could also be because they are going to do something. It's just going to be a QR code. I got to say, I was about 70-30 before this stream. I'm probably now down to 50-50 as to whether we get them this weekend. My expectations have dropped. But that's probably not a bad thing, because if we get them, fantastic. And if we don't, I won't be as disappointed. But that's kind of where I am with all of this at the moment. Let's go back over. Just in Greek, June in Greek is Hera, who is the wife of Zeus. Does that mean that the bride debuts in June? Everyone else might debut earlier, or will they use more Greek stuff to show us when the others debut? So June in Greek is Hera. Oh, I kind of like that. I'm going to jot that down. So June in Greek is Hera. Hera, is it? And that is the wife of Zeus. I didn't even know that Zeus was married. Wife of Zeus. Debut of the bride? Question mark. It's a fun thought. Why do they all have to arrive at the same time? They don't. They don't all have to arrive at the same time. They could stagger it. Patty said, now the 24th of June is SmackDown. WWE World said, but without them, where do we go after the debut? We need some mystery. Well, you know, you start digging into the characters then, you know. There was still mystery. Even after Bray arrived, you know, there was mystery of who is Uncle Howdy. How does he connect to Bray? Why is he calling Bray a liar? What's the masks all about? I mean, when Bray, even after White Rabbit, it's not like we just went our separate ways. When Bray arrived, there was still plenty of stuff for us to speculate about. So I expect there to be, you know, similar. Wrestle Andy said, Daze, do you think Bo could end up winning the WWE title? He was NXT champ, so it's not all that unlikely. I think that he could very comfortably get to the World Heavyweight title. I mean, if you think about how much excitement this campaign has caused, and you think about who the champ is right now, it's Damian Priest. I mean, no shade on Damian Priest, but I don't think Damian Priest feels like the same level as a Roman Reigns or a Brock Lesnar or a Cody Rhodes. That title definitely feels like a step down. I've said it's a bit like the Super Intercontinental. It is a world title. You can class yourself as a world champion, but we all know the real belt is the one that Cody's got. I think Howdy quite comfortably could get to the one Damian has got. But I think the one that Cody has got makes you the face of the company. That makes you the guy. So I don't know that Howdy's going to focus on that or go for that anytime soon. But I think, you know, once they're in, if it works, they've got momentum, the crowd are with them, it's all clicking, you know, and he sets his sights on it then maybe. I think the challenge is going to be, though, you know, when you judge a wrestler, you judge a few things. You judge their presentation, you judge their charisma, like you judge their like personality. It's one thing to make them look like badasses, but if they don't have like the aura and the charisma to kind of pull it off, then that can be a bit of a problem. The promo skills and the match skills as well. So we haven't seen what they look like, but judging off Nightbird, this group's going to look badass, right? They're going to look awesome. The presentation, I'm sure, is going to be great. But if Bo can't deliver, can't carry the weight of this, if he looks a bit awkward, if it all looks a bit too big for him, that's going to be a problem. Then, of course, you've got the promo skills. How's his promos going to stand up? He's going to have to be the main man. He's going to have to be the guy that leads the charge. And what's his matches going to be like? I mean, look, we know he can wrestle. We know that he's not going to be like timid. He can talk. You know, he can cut promos. But all of this is a big ask. All of this is difficult. So I think you can get them to the one world title. I feel in order to get into the other world title, things are going to need to click. Things are going to have to deliver. I sort of feel like when you bring them in, you could quite easily book them and get them to Damian's title. Even if everything's not quite clicking, you could still get them there. But to make them the face of the company, to make them, like, you know, right up there with Cody and, right, you know, if he's going to get that WWE championship, in my mind, that means we're looking to do Wyatt 6 against the Bloodline. Like, we're looking to do major feuds. Not just Wyatt 6 against Final Testament or Wyatt 6 against, say, Judgment Day. Judgment Day are a big group, but I think we can agree they're not Bloodline, right? We didn't just do a WrestleMania where night 1 and night 2 revolved around Judgment Day, but we did do a whole thing that revolved around the Bloodline, because you got Roman and you've got The Rock, right? So there's obviously a lot of moving parts. Paul Heyman, right? So I think it'd be, you know, we'd be lying if we was to say that Judgment Day are up there with Bloodline. Star power wise, no. And, you know, business wise, no. I like Judgment Day, but they're not Bloodline. But I think if in order to get into that WWE Championship, you're going to have to, it's going to have to be that level. And I have no idea if it's going to be that level. I mean, I just want to get them in, and I just want it to not fail, and I want us to keep enjoying it, and I suppose just enjoy it for what it is. I think rather than worrying about that, I don't want to put the pressure on that. I don't want the expectation of that. I just want to enjoy what we're getting at the moment. So I think that's, yeah, I would ultimately like to see him achieve that. I think it would be lovely for him. And I think that would be I mean, imagine him winning that and him looking up at the heavens and thanking his brother. Because, you know, this is his brother. His brother's creative is what is helping Bo here. I mean, it would be a beautiful, beautiful moment. But I think we have to be very honest that this is going to have to work. It's all going to have to click to get him to that level. So I hope it does. I really do. But I don't have that as an expectation at the moment. Let's just get him in, get going, and hopefully it bangs. Dave Gadet, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you're well. Said, I used to live in Toronto. Now I live outside of Toronto. Scarborough is a suburb in Toronto. I've never heard of a cult there. Oh, okay. That's interesting. That's interesting. Can we Google it? Scarborough, Toronto cult. Let's Google it. There's something here that's called the Cult of Doris. Yeah, have you ever heard of? Have you seen her before? Who's this woman? The Cult of Doris. Heritage Matters. I don't know where this is taking me. There's the High Priest of a UFO cult, but I don't know. I don't know if that's in Scarborough. What is this? Oh. Where are we going? Heritage Matters. Why is this so slow? Here she is. Since 2015, the Ontario Heritage Trust has run the Doris McCarthy Artist in Residence program at Falls Paradise. Anyone else think this is not what we need? Is that Doris? She looks good. I wouldn't have thought that'd be a Doris, but she looks good. I need to know what her skincare regime is. No, I think this boomer's Doris. I think that's Doris. Is that Doris? There we go, Doris. Oh, she passed away. Oh, probably shouldn't have called her a boomer. She looks lovely. Looks spooky, though. That could be the new Wyatt 6 in the background, couldn't it? Hey? Look at that. Look at that for freaky. So, I don't know if... I don't know if there's a cult. It'll have to be looked into. But if nothing else, we found Doris, and I'm happy enough with that, to be honest. Right, Daze, look at the Bohemian Grove. Look at Bohemian Grove. Look at Bohemian Grove. Where's Bohemian Grove come from? Look at Bohemian Grove. You say you've I've been tagged in a fair bit here. Okay, I'll have a look at it separate. Bohemian Grove. Bohemian Grove in California is a private gentleman's club. Is this a recommendation or something? What's this? Is this connected to somewhere? Was this one of the destinations? It's restricted, founded in 1878, known as a private gentleman's club. In mid-July, Bohemian Grove hosts more than 2-week encampment of some of the most prominent men in the world. Okay. How was this? I don't understand. Was this one of the destinations? I don't remember. What is it? Monte Rio, California. Monte Rio, California. Was that one of the places? Let's have a look. I've got a list of them here. There's Irwindale, California. Oh my God, could you imagine if all this is just different locations of gentlemen clubs? That would be the best. That would be the best. Uncle Howdy in a private booth. Oh my God. So hang on, is this Bohemian Club in Irwindale or something? Because I don't have a destination for California. The date said 6 blank space 24. It did. Daze, Joe said, it's a cult that has been accused of child SA. I don't think we'd want to draw attention to that, would we? Is there a different... Is that not the same one? Is that a different Bohemian Grove? I don't think we would want to drop that in, would... I mean, in all fairness, we are dealing with cults and they do dark things, but I don't think we would want to be dealing with child SA, would we? Loopy Girl, shout out to you, buds. Hope you are well. D. Taylor said, what if Bo comes back as Bo and revives the Funhouse, slowly gets corrupted over time, introducing new characters over different weeks until he reveals his new fiend in June and returns? Maybe. Maybe it could go that way. I mean, we just don't know. I mean, the June thing definitely has grabbed my attention, but obviously there's still hope that it will be at King and Queen of the Ring. But there was hope that it was going to be at Backlash, and that turned out to be a QR codes. So it's just difficult to know, isn't it? Justin said Kyle Scarborough makes the new Uncle Howdy mask. He's not with WWE anymore, is he, Kyle? So I don't think he's connected. But it is interesting that that's in there. Could it be a nod to him? Could it be a little recognition? A doffing of the cap? John said, if you spend months of QR codes and teasers, do you waste a debut at Raw or SmackDown? Or would you do it at a PLE for a bigger reaction? Well, it's a good question. I mean, I would think that you would do it at a PLE, but we can only follow the clues, can't we? So that June, it definitely means something. I mean, could it be... When is the date for Clash at the Castle? Could it be that it's Clash at the Castle? I really like that date of what people have found. I mean, I don't want to just abandon that now. But let's have a look. Clash at the Castle. The date of that is the 15th. The 15th, but I haven't seen anything to tease the 15th. I mean, that floppy disk said 6-24. It feels like the number in the middle was missing. The day was missing. So, you know, if that turned out to be 15, that would be interesting. I wonder if it could be something to do with Clash, and then, you know, that 17th. I wonder if they arrive at Clash, which is the 15th, and then the 17th, which is the feast day. That's when they, you know, go after someone. That's when they're here. That's when, you know, they get started, basically. So they arrive at Clash, and they attack on the 17th. One at Money in the Bank, one at SummerSlam, one at Bash in Berlin, and so forth. So E. Wilkie thinks they're going to stagger them, kind of bring them out individually. Max said, I think just Uncle Howdy returns on Saturday, as the teasers show that Uncle Howdy will return in Saudi because of the coordinates, zip code of Jeddah, and the 25 thing. Because of the coordinates. Was one of the coordinates for Saudi Arabia? Not this time. Have we had Saudi Arabian coordinates? Can't remember that off the top of my head. I remember the URL, the date, which turned out to be for the last Firefly Funhouse, and also a postcode for Saudi Arabia, but I don't know about coordinates for Saudi Arabia. There could have been. 25-5, as we said. I mean, it is King and Queen of the Ring, but it is also Bo's birthday. This is why I'm 50-50 on it now. 50-50. Pedro said on June 17, WWE posted an article about Bray saying that Bray Wyatt invited you to join him in the Firefly Funhouse. So on June 17th, what? When? 2 years ago? Back in... When would that be? What year would that be? It kind of been last year because he was ill. And can't have been the year before because, well, had he been released by that point? I can't remember. So what year would that have been, Pedro? Sean said 6 people, 24 hours easily. 6 people, 24 hours easily. What are you thinking? You're thinking this weekend? I tweeted you the locations marked on the map. Okay, thank you. Let's have a go back to Twitter momentarily. See what we're getting sent, shall we? In fact, let's just flip back over. We'll just have a little walk. So, Nightbirds, tagging me in this. I wonder if this was 25 in Arabic. It's the way he put the tape down. King and Queen of the Ring is on 25th, but I could be wrong. It's a fun thought, isn't it? I mean, there's no way I would know that's 25 in Arabic, so it's a fun thought. I like that. We'll add that. Here we've got Raw results. July 24. July 24 sends Finn sends a message. Where would the July 24 come from, though? Why July 24? Where would that come from? I haven't seen anything to do with July. Kieran said the floppy disk said 6.24. The middle was blank. Money in the Bank is on the 6th of July. Yeah, but wouldn't the first 6 be the month? I think in America, the month comes first. So 6.missing.24. That I don't know, maybe if people are getting a bit mixed up with like the way different countries write it. But it's the month that's first. So 6 to me says June. Says June. So I don't think they would do it the other way around. 6, 7, and like it be an indicator of Money in the Bank. Because a lot of this is done in America. So for example, when they put 8 p.m, it's not 8 p.m. UK time, right? It's 8 p.m. Eastern. And when we had to go on at 4 p.m, it was 4 p.m. Eastern. So they've kind of anchored everything with Eastern time and America. So I've got to think this date is going to be the same. I've got to think that it's the month that comes first, the day that comes second, and then the year that comes last. Which is what's making me think June. But Kieran, shout out to you. Each location has caves. Oh, love that, Mr. B. Love that. Each location has caves. That's good. That's good. So if you want to spell out that word and you need to find places that will do that with the first letter, then they found places where each of them have got caves. Oh, that's good. Why would they do this at 3 p.m. Eastern on a Saturday than a Monday at 10 p.m? I don't see it happening this weekend, says Xylot Themes. Do I follow Xylot Themes? Oh, I do, yeah. Why would they do it this weekend on a Saturday during Memorial Day weekend rather than a Monday at 10? Why do it in the middle of the day? Is that a barrier? Do we think that's a barrier? Do we think that's a problem? Don't know. I don't know that that's a reason why I don't think they're going to do it. It's the floppy disk that bugs me more. I did 6, 24, 18, 23, 14, 17, and I got this. What's this? Bo Dallas defeats Fandango. That was on 6, 24, 18, 23... 6, 24, 20, 6/24/2020. So people are looking into what's happened in the past on those dates of so this is 6/17/20. Oh god, I think there's going to be so much there though. I think that's going to be a bit of a nightmare, to be honest. I mean, looking back at things that have happened on that date throughout history, like 6/24, and I don't even know it's that. I really think it's month and year. I think they made it clear the day was missing in the middle. I think they made that quite clear. So I don't know that it's anything from the past. I really feel like it's pointing to the future. But it's an excellent thought. The second set of coordinates leads to Taylor County in Texas, and that's Bo's real name. That's good. That's good. Pedro said the article was posted on June 17th, 2019, and it could be 6, like Wyatt 6, and the 24 being the 24th, like Friday the 24th. My brain is actually hurting. Okay, so the article was posted on June 17th, 2019. This is the article. Let's go back. This is the article about Bray saying, I invite you to the Firefly Funhouse. And that was on June 17th, 2019. And it could be 6, like Wyatt 6. And the 24 is the 24th, like Friday the 24th. Well, it could be, but I mean, I'm really quite. I mean, I'm not stubbornly set, but I think it's going to take something pretty big to move me from my mindset that 6 is the month and the 24 is the year, because it looks like a date. It's 6 dash something missing dash 24. Like, to me, that is a very clear month dash missing day dash year. I just don't have a doubt about it. I don't have a desire to look into it and move it around. And I think it's great that people are, because you're right to ask questions. So I'm certainly not down on theory, but it's gonna really have to take something special to move me from that mindset, because it just looks like a date, doesn't it? Number dash missing number dash year, 6 dash day dash year. I mean, it just seems like it's so obvious to me. But like that day that's missed, I really feel like he's told you when they're arriving. I feel like they've told you when they're coming. I feel like they've told you of, even if it's not their arrival, a key date that's coming. Something big is coming in June. That's the message that I got from it. So to go back and look at like the 24th of June throughout history and see what's happened and all that kind of stuff, that's just not where my head's at. That's just not what I think was being communicated. But again, I do want to stress, I'm not down on it. I'm open to theory on it, but it really is going to have to take something real big to move me from that position, because it does just feel really good. It feels like a big message was sent at the end. Like that was the big end reveal, really. And maybe that flash of Bo, but we knew it was Bo. We knew that Bo was a part of this. It's not really a big, it's a talking point, because it's the most clearest that we've seen of any of the members. So, but I don't know that anyone's been watching this going, oh, I wonder who this is. I wonder who's behind this. I mean, we're literally sat here talking about Uncle Howdy and Bray, and so I don't think that didn't feel like the biggest reveal in the world. Sean Woodyard said, I'm thinking that the floppy disk means 6 people, 24 hours, meaning tomorrow. 6 people, 24 hours, tomorrow. Okay. Sean, shout out to you, buds. JP Ville said the June clues might be a red herring. Well, we've been down that road before, haven't we? We've been down that road. We've been down the road where flipping they've dropped red herrings in, so they absolutely could. Jamie said, I think the group will be called the Cult of Wyndham. The Cult of Wyndham. Jadwick Stone says one of the directions led to a jailhouse in Irwindale, California. The bride doesn't have to be a wrestler. In my opinion, I think it's JoJo. Okay. I don't know that the skin tone would be right for JoJo. I think this... I mean, it's hard to tell because obviously... Well, is it hard to tell? I mean, the skin tone looks like it's white. Yeah, that's a good picture, actually. Let's go over to that. Here, look. So for those that didn't see it or don't know what we're talking about, 6 dash, big empty gap in the middle, dash 24. So it feels like a date. It feels like that missing gap there is where you put the day. So that would be the 17th of June, 2024. That's missing. That's going to be filled in. And there's a good point here by Jordan. The date on the floppy disk, it might not mean the debut. It could mean that they do something on that date. And the faction could still debut at King and Queen of the Ring. I agree. But the only thing I would say is that if you was building towards the debut of the group, wouldn't the big date that you want to communicate be the date that you're going to actually arrive? Wouldn't that be the date that, like, this thing's going to land? I mean, this could be a red herring, and it could be that they're pointing to something they're going to do. But I would think at this stage, you would want to communicate the date that you're coming in. People are very excited about the 5/25s that have been mentioned. And now we've got this June date. So I just feel like, for me, that's why I've gone back to 50-50, because I definitely think there's still a chance they arrive this weekend. But I can't shake this. I can't shake this. And I just think this was a big clue. This was a big... It's right there. It's right there. And they really made sure that you saw it. I mean, even before we saw this bit, they made sure you saw that 24. Right at the start of the video, we were like, I think we saw that. And we were like, oh, what's that going to be? Look, 24. That feels like it's going to be a date. And then didn't see it again till right at the end. And we got that. So this really feels significant to me. But you're right. It could be that it's going to be the date of an attack, or the date that, like, something significant's going to happen, you know? Maybe at King and Queen of the Ring, we get a video that interrupts it and we see them on the screen and they tell us that they're coming. But when they actually arrive in person, it's going to be at some point in June. Could be something like that. Could be something like that. I can't remember what I was looking for here. I was looking for the bride, wasn't I? I was looking for the brides. I'm unsure if it's connected, but Wraithdrum is also a place in Ireland, in County Wicklow. It's not far away from Bray. Right, we've got... I wanted to find the picture of the bride, because that theory about it being JoJo, I feel like the skin tone is... I think we saw it in colour, the bride. Oh, here, look. That is 100% Alexa's hand. It's happening. How do we know that's Alexa? How do we know that's Alexa's hand? That is 100%. I have never been more certain that that is her hand. How? I don't understand that. It could be Alexa's hand. I mean, it really could be, but how can we look at these two and go, they're exactly... I can't look at that and say it's exactly the same as that. They're two hands. I don't get that. That, I mean, like, show me Nikki Cross's hand compared to it, and, you know, it might be a case we look at them and go, oh, it's 100% Nikki Cross. Okay, here's the lines drawn in the order that they were shown. Here's the lines drawn in the... Oh, well, that doesn't seem to show anything, does it? Apart from an arrow. But then what's this doing down here? I mean, if there was going to be a show here, then you'd be like, oh my God. If it was just an arrow like that, imagine that. If it was just, if that wasn't there and that wasn't there and it was just this, then you'd be like, oh my God. But I don't know. This looks like a rubbish cat drinking water. That feels a bit like a dead end, doesn't it? I'm looking for a better picture of... is that the same thing? It's got to be. Right. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I look at that. I see... Well, I mean, look, this is a clearer picture. I mean, I don't look at that and see JoJo. I look at that and I see, you know, a white person's arm, a white person's hands. I can't look at that and say that it's not Nikki Cross, because I can't look at it and say that it's not Nikki Cross. I don't know how we're looking at that and saying, yeah, they're identical. I don't know. Plus, also, she's got black hair. We know that this person has black hair. Could be a wig. Could be dyed. But I don't know. Here's the places on a map. 2 are very close. That's why you can see 1 less. Don't know if there can be any lines drawn that would make sense. 2 are very close, aren't they? Alex, shout out to you. I wonder if lines can be drawn in a different way. I don't feel like the one that we just saw gave us anything. I don't even know if the one we just saw was it 100% correct? I suppose there. And then that would be the arrow, but I suppose it is. And then you got that, and then you got that. Tricky, that, isn't it? Tricky. Yeah. You could draw that line to there. Oh, hang on. They've got it being up there. Oh, yeah, that was right. That line went to there, but then there was one down here, wasn't there? So has the one been missed? Is there something in this? It might not be. I mean, if it turns out all of them have got caves, it could just be as simple as that, couldn't it? It might just be as simple as that. Could be a stretch, but could Rainerius be connected to Dexter Lumis, considering his look? Don't see Lumis there, to be honest. Don't think so. I do like that, though. I do like the fact that the first letter of these places gets you that name and that date. I mean, that feels good. Bro, AI doesn't work for predicting who this was. AI doesn't work for predicting who this was. No, I feel good that it was. I feel good that it was Bo. The facial hair sort of threw me off a little, to be honest, when I first saw it. I was like, is that someone with the beards? But like, I agree. If you look at the teeth, it looks like Bo. So I feel good that that's Bo. What's this? Here's a good one. This is Braun Strowman's birthplace in that place. So there's that. And where's Strowman's birthplace? Waukesha County? What is all of this where Strowman's from? I feel like people are looking into... I think the Scarborough one is a shout to Scarborough. Could be. Could be, buds. Could be. I don't know. There's something not very... There's something not hitting with this. There's something not right. It's all a bit bitty, innit? I mean, if this was the birthplace of Braun, then I would expect the other places to be birthplaces, you know? I feel like there's got to be a reason for these places, and it's all a bit bitty at the moment. It's like, well, it could be this, it could be... There's not that big satisfying explanation, apart from the best thing I've seen is that, this thing. I love the first letters making that. That's brilliant. Everyone have been, like, having a cave. That's brilliant. And then, you know, again, this is where it gets difficult knowing why they're showing us these places. So I can't find anything on that. That doesn't really say anything, does it? Interesting. Let's get back to oh, a few super chats. Kieran said Nikki Cross debut 15th of June. Could be. Could be. Thomas said, Navasink, New Jersey has a boardwalk and a pier. That's interesting. We have seen a pier. That's interesting. I like that, Thomas. Kieran said, Nikki Cross debut on the 15th. It could be. Matt Oakley said, Lexis King is from Erlanger, Kentucky. Okay. E. Wilkie said, the map is what Uncle Howdy was trying to draw, and then he scribbled it out. He started with that. Did he? Because he did sort of do something, didn't he? That's an interesting thought. That's an interesting thought. That he did try to draw that out. Howdy drawing map. That makes me want to look at the liar thing, which I don't know. If I go bookmarks. If I go back through all my bookmarks. Let's go back. I'm looking for the liar one. This is all stuff from olden scenes and whatever. No, it's older than that, isn't it? The liar one is from a little while ago, isn't it? Internet tears, Wendy Chu. God, we talk about a lot. Good picture there of Rhea. Rhea's Rhea. I'm looking. Go. I'm looking for that picture. The liar one. Probably could have found it a quicker way, to be honest. Been going back through all these bookmarks, but we'll see what we can find. That's what I'm interested in. He does draw something, doesn't he? I mean, he draws the word liar. It's this here as well. I don't know. It's not an arrow, is it? Like this. It's not a straight line with an arrow at the end. I don't know that he did on this. I don't know that he did try to draw it. I mean, we know it's liar. There's another liar there. But there is this scribble. I love the idea that he went back and just added WhatsApp 522 to it after. Because he didn't do that. We didn't see him draw that, but he did go back and just pop a little WhatsApp 522. So, God bless him. Right, let's go back over to here and we'll look to wrap this up because I don't know that we're really making much progress, but I think we've got a few thoughts, obviously. They are all unincorporated townships that have now joined other towns. They were alone and now they are together with others. Is that true? Oh, I like that. I like that. So these places are all joined up with other places. Yeah, these places definitely feel they've now joined other towns. So they were alone and now they've become a family. Wouldn't it be cool if these places were all joined together? That would be awesome. Eurydice represents all our positive. It's all our positive and possible idealized memories of the past. Memories we desperately want to relive, but which are lost to us. The 17th of June feast is for that person. Eurydice. Where have we got that from, Josh? Where have we got the Eurydice from? Where have we got that word from, buds? Sexy Ren said 615 is Clash. 6 divide by 1 plus 5 equals 6. 2 plus 4 equals 6. 666 said Sexy Ren. Well, I like the date. I mean, I think that could be Clash. I agree with you. Jurek said, if we follow the pattern of Twitch Thursdays, 6th of June is a Thursday. Does that mean the next Twitch stream is 15 days from now. I hope not. I mean, I think people wanted them to arrive this weekend, and it still absolutely can happen. But it does that June. It does feel like June. I can't shake it. That the June definitely there's something significant happening. So as I said, maybe this weekend we end up getting another QR codes. Maybe this weekend they do arrive, but we don't get the full. You know, perhaps it's just on screen. Perhaps it's just on the screens and they're not actually there in person, or perhaps we see them, but we don't get them in the arena, and the June date is when they're actually in arena, right? I mean, it's hard to know what it's going to mean, doesn't it? But can't shake that June thing, man. Guru said 624 is a Bible verse. Matthew 6:24, no one can serve two masters. Either you will hate the one and love the other, or you will be devoted to the one and despise the other. It's interesting. It's interesting, but Nolan said Dexter Lumis had the way, Nikki Cross had sanity, Joe Gacy had schism, and Rowan had his Wyatt family. They all had factions that went their separate ways. Venom STXR said, would they even be allowed to debut this kind of thing in Saudi with all the religious stuff? Wasn't Aleister Black cut from a show because of his devil tattoo? Honestly, I don't know the answer to that. I mean, I think that the Saudis are interested in money, and I think they're interested in like exciting shows. I think that I would be the religious stuff is obviously very important, of course it is, but I think that if the fans want this new group to be there, I could see the Saudis wanting this group to be there because they're paying a lot of money. They're paying a lot of money, so they want the biggest, most exciting show possible. They want bang for their buck. Of course they do. So, you know, if you're building up a faction, you could make an argument that you would debut it there because they're paying a lot and they deserve to get something back for that money, right? So you could make that argument. But then you're right, you can make the argument of, well, there's a lot of religious sort of tones, but you could debut them and turn the religious stuff down, you know? I mean, if it just leads to their reveal, I mean, I don't think there was any kind of religious stuff when Bray arrived at Extreme Rules, you know? I don't think there was anything there that would have made religious groups uncomfortable. You know, we just had the puppets, we had an empty fun house, we had the masked person, we had the door open, we had Bray walk out. So, I mean, I don't know, I don't think there's anything there that's necessarily a problem. I mean, you might have to just be a little bit careful, but I don't think it would be a barrier, but it might result in some restrictions as to what you can do, right? It could result in some restrictions. William said no one cares about the therapist. That's true. Maybe her family do. Kieran said 624. Uncle Howdy is going to start an OnlyFans. Well, get out my way because I will be the first person that subscribes, right? I will be the first person there because I need that. Uncle Howdy, Nikki Cross, Alexa Bliss, Dexter Lumis, all doing this mass OnlyFans photo shoot in a spooky woods. I mean, shut up. Shut up. You're all subscribing. Daze, the stamp starting at 26:11 in the video. You hear a struggle and a female cry. Maybe Howdy is using the song to drown her out. I liked her all. Shout out to you, buds. 26:11. Definitely a time that we need to go back and listen to. I'll jot it down. 26. Where's my pen? 26:11. 26:11. Cool. Right. Kieran paid $1.99 to say that Howdy is going to start an OnlyFans. Well, I mean, Howdy could be watching. So that could be a good investment because that might have planted a seed. And Kieran might now get his wish. In my mind, that's what Kieran's hoping for. So he might have planted the seed in Uncle Howdy's mind. Daze, what did you think about the theory that everyone used to be in a faction, says Nolan? Yeah, I like it, but I think it's a theory that's been sort of mentioned before when we originally heard about who was going to be in the group, because this news kind of broke a little while ago about all these members as to who was going to be in, and there was a lot of surprise that Alexa was not mentioned as a part of that. And I think there was conversations at the time about the fact that, like, why would these people be in there, and the fact that they've been abandoned by people and whatever. So I think it's a great theory. I think it's one that has a lot of water to it, a lot of weight to it. Howdy OnlyFans means that Mandy Rose could be a target, says John. Let's go. Well, she'll be a target in the sense of they're going to look to outdo her numbers, and I think they would. Daze, the official Discord. Come on in and make some friends. We have got many channels to talk in. So, Sonny, shout out to you. Mr. Canuck said, Daze, the Toronto location, when the group came together, Wyatt 6 might not debut all at once, said Mr. Canuck. Lord Clint C said it was a Pluto symbol that Howdy was drawing before he scribbled it out and wrote liar, liar. Oh, was it? He did one on the back, didn't he? Check each of the locations. They all have hotels by Wyndham, do they? Do they indeed? That's interesting. I'll jot that down. So, they've all got hotels in by Wyndham. I don't know that that's why they will be chosen, but I like that. I like anything that kind of groups them together. Hotels by Wyndham. Lovely. Warville, shout out to you. Right, Daze, if they tell us they are going after Cody, because Cody was Bray's pro in NXT when he was Uncle Husky Harris, they could do, yes. There's a few people they can target. I mean, Bray's got a history with quite a few people. Michael said, did you watch the Twitch? Was it me, or did it seem like they kept on showing coordinates like they did in White Rabbit? They did, yeah. The coordinates have been the big talking point. Raymond said, check where the arrow is pointing. It might be pointing at Saudi. That big arrow is pointing to the east coast of the US, but I don't get the two bits that come down. It does look like an arrow, but there's two bits that come down as well, which I don't know why you would include those if you wanted it to be an arrow, but it was pointing towards like New York area, Boston area. Maybe Tommy Toy Travels. Can we just agree that Uncle Howdy is returning this Saturday? Coordinates and zip code of Jeddah. Sadly not, Max. I can't agree to that. I don't know. I mean, 5/25 is Bo's birthday. So all the 5/25s could be a clue to Bo. Not necessarily King and Queen of the Ring. The Jeddah postcode is also the date of the last Firefly Funhouse. So, unfortunately, those examples, we can find other reasons as to why they would be used. I think the other problem you've got is that there was some stuff that pointed to France, and that got us all excited for Backlash. And then we got to Backlash and we got a QR code. So, I don't want to sit here and say, oh, yeah, it's definitely going to be King and Queen of the Ring, because I just don't feel that way. I mean, I'm 50-50 on it. But it is actually this weekend. So I'm really starting to lean more towards it being more unlikely than likely. That June thing, I think it's massive. I think that June thing on the floppy disk at the end, I think it's huge. Because I really think if you wanted people to know that it's this weekend, it's definitely this weekend, it's definitely King and Queen of the Ring, you would not leave any doubt. There would be no doubt. You would make it very, very clear. Like, the coordinates that we were given could point to Saudi Arabia. We could have had a coordinate for the actual venue that this thing's going to take place. You know, we could have had clues all to do with Saudi Arabia, all to do with Jeddah. They could have left no doubt whatsoever. But what we've received today couldn't be further away from that, could it? Couldn't be further away. We've had a load of places in America. When you look at the first letters, you get something which indicates June 17th. There's also a floppy disk that appears to have a date that seems to suggest June. I mean, really, the message was loud and clear. June. But we just don't know if they're not going to do some at this weekend. I mean, I think there's a chance that we get a QR code this weekend. If I'm going to be completely honest, I think there's a chance we get a QR code this weekend. I'm really feeling uncertain about them arriving now this weekend. I just think that this was huge, them doing this extra Twitch stream. And I feel like you would want to make it clear to get people to tune in. Like, make sure you tune in to King and Queen of the Ring. If this thing was wrapping up this weekend, I just think you shout that date. You shout that venue. You shout. You really make no doubt whatsoever. And they just have not done that. That's not what they've done. So, I mean, this is why I'm like, oh. Right, we've got a couple of... we do need to run away, actually. I mean, I probably need to wrap all of this stuff up into a video. 3 Diglets said, I'm tired of this QR bull already. Just come out with the mask and smoke and the hats. The hats. Just bring your hats. So that we can cheer, go home and stuff our faces with carbs. Let's go. I'm here for that. I'm all right with this continuing. I mean, I don't have a problem with it carrying on with QR codes and whatever. I mean, I think that these little teasers and everything are really fun. So I'm definitely down for this. I ain't got a problem. It's not like I need it this weekend, but it's the problem is it's just these little teasers. That's, you know what I mean? It's just like the 25-5. Yeah, it's good, isn't it, for this weekend? But then, as people have rightfully pointed out, that's Bo's birthday. And it could just be a way of letting us know that Bo's in the group. And you can say, well, we don't need a clue that Bo's in the group, but we've just seen him smile at the end. Like, they're still dropping in little clues as to who these people are. It's funny, I mean, if that leak hadn't come out of who was in the group, I think this whole thing would have been even more mysterious. But I think a lot of this we've turned around and gone, well, we know it's Dexter, we know it's Joe Gacy, we know it's Nikki Cross, we know it's Rowan, because of that leak that came out from PW Insider. And that kind of took a bit of mystery away from things, didn't it? You know, maybe they just don't want to fly them over to Saudi Arabia. Perhaps they don't want to do the debut there. Perhaps they're thinking we'd rather do it, like, you know, somewhere else. I don't know. Perhaps they're thinking that it won't work as well. I don't know how big this venue is, actually, but I wonder if they're looking at the Hydro, thinking 11,000 in quite a tight space. That could be a nice place for it. I wonder if they are looking at Clash, thinking that's a nicer venue. I don't know. Where are we? It's a Superdome, isn't it? Isn't it a Superdome that we're going to be in for King and Queen of the Ring? We are in the Jeddah Superdome. It holds 35 to 40,000. But you'd think that'd be a good venue, wouldn't you? It's a dome, so it's not a stadium where the sound's just going to escape. It is a dome, and it's 35, 40,000. But I don't think they've sold that many tickets. Someone told me the other day they've sold about half of it, half of what they were looking for. So, but it would still be 20,000. I'm 50-50. I'm probably, if I had to choose, leaning more that it's unlikely they arrive this weekend. But I'm not 100% off that. I'm not 100% off that. But that June thing just bugs me, man. Jadwick said the bride's hand looked tanned in the picture, which makes JoJo a possibility. I know that Bray incorporated JoJo's face on the new Fiend mask, kids' birthdays as well. So Jadwick thinks that it's JoJo. It's funny, isn't it? People are like really convinced that it's definitely Alexa, or you know, it's JoJo, or I mean, I look at it and to be honest, I see a paler skin tone, so I don't think it's JoJo, but it's interesting that you look at it and see that it's JoJo, or believe that it's JoJo. But I still keep getting these tweets. Look, I mean, I'm still getting this. Look, confirmed. 53 minutes. It's confirmed. It's been confirmed. It's done. It's over. The conversation is done. It's confirmed. Has anyone noticed he was wearing her heel gloves? Brett, shout out to you. Yeah, that there. Look, 5:25. Something happened on 5:25 they want us to know about. My guess is birthday, says Rain. People love this. People are really into this. What else we got? Yeah, we got that. Uncle Howdy. I thought that was a cash machine. I was like, what's this? A bank. Uncle Howdy Bank. I thought it was one of those where you go get your money out the wall. I thought it was one of them. Your worst nightmare might have been teased. So there's a lake lily with a bird observatory right next to it. What, in this one? A lake lily. God, I hope she don't come back. Floppy disk with June 6 could be for Intel for seeking the 6th member. Also, was the letters in order URL with 51. So Harlem with a theory there to do with the first letter was to Erick, second one was to Nikki, third was to Dexter, fourth was to Joe Gacy. So do we get anything from this? And 51. I'll have to look into that in a second. I want to get a few final thoughts. Keep saying I'm going to go. I do need to go. Thomas said, let's go back. Thomas said they may never debut. They might just keep dropping QR codes forever. And Kieran said a direct line from Wisconsin to the New Jersey, then continue it across the Atlantic and cross it through to Jeddah. A direct line from Wisconsin to New Jersey, continue across the Atlantic and cross it over to Jeddah. What do you mean? Are you talking about the arrow? Kieran, if you've got that, drop it in a tweet and tweet it over. I mean, what I would say is, what I'm going to do is I'm going to run away now. I'm going to wrap this stream up, right? Appreciate everyone joining us. Hope that people enjoyed chucking some thoughts and theories around. It's nothing more than that, right? No, none of us can say it's definitely this, it's definitely that, right? So, although we're pretty happy that Bo is involved. Yeah, we've been chucking some thoughts around. If you've got a thought that you think is gold and you're like, I didn't read it, ping it over to me. I mean, I am about to just go down my notifications. I mean, it's probably going to be a couple of hours till I drop a video because I want to see what people are saying. I want to understand better some of these thoughts, some of these theories. I want to get my head around them, you know. I want to make sure that I've definitely got my head around these things. So definitely going to look to do that. So if you've got a thought that you really, really, really do want to get my attention and me to see and us to have a conversation on, ping it in a message, tag me in it, right? Couple more thoughts here that we didn't get to. So Edward said, I'm much better than I was. Very good, Edwards. Shout out to you, bud. Glad to see you back around. Justin said, Renarius was the son of Gandolfo Scacari, a prosperous merchant and a ship owner of Pisa. Does that mean anything? He is the son of a prosperous merchant and a ship owner. Justin continues, later biographies stress his worldliness at this stage. He met through his travels a holy man, Alberto, a noble man from Corsica, who wore a cloak of animal hair like a goat. So This Rainrius traveled the world, and on his travels, he met someone who wore a cloak of animal hair like a goat. Does that connect to anything? I can't think of anyone that would kind of fit that description. I mean, if it was something that pointed to a sheep like Rowan, that would be interesting. But I can't think of anyone that fits that. What I would say is, if Justin, you've got further thoughts on that, or you know how it connects, then drop it in a message, ping it over, because I'm about to go through those now. Right, awesome. Thanks a lot. Appreciate the support as always, guys. Hope you enjoyed this. And listen, if they are going to arrive this weekend, amazing. We will be here for it. We're doing a live stream tomorrow for SmackDown. And obviously, we will be live well before King and Queen of the Ring kickoff. And we'll be live all throughout that as well. So we are not going anywhere. We will be here. Whatever happens, we're covering it. I would say just don't put all your eggs in that basket of expecting them this weekend. Right now, I'm 50-50 on it. There is undoubtedly things that point to Saudi Arabia. There is undoubtedly things that point to Jeddah. But it seems like a good chunk of them can also be explained for other reasons. So for that reason, I'm just really torn. And I just don't think that message... Well, certainly not at first appearance. That message didn't seem to come across today of King and Queen of the Ring. And I think they had an opportunity to do that if they really wanted to do that. So that's why I'm torn on it. So let's see. We'll see what you lot have been pinging over. I'll get it all together, and in a couple of hours, I'll have a video out for you. So whatever we didn't get to, whatever developments we're about to get, I'll drop it all in that video. Thanks for watching. Thanks for joining. Thanks for sharing your thoughts. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.